Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Wolfie, thank you so much for the resub. Steffi, thank you for the resub. How Schnookums? Is a banger. Hit it. Hit. Yeah, everyone's all about the Justin Timberlake song. Welcome in, guys. All right. Hello. 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 I think we're still waiting for Gigi. I just took her out. Oh my god. Yes. Yes, I do. I think there's fall damage. Ellie. Wait, did you load in? Or are you up there? Ellie. I don't know if we take fall damage in here, but yeah, there's definitely fall damage. Stop. Come on, go back to sleep. You were just doing so good. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Oh my god. Oh my god. How do you do what? So you're trying to go from here. And then you jump. Face. Yeah, you can help your friends with the other one. Left. No, right. Right. You left, yeah. Left is climb, right is help your friends. Or push them. Where did driver go? He's just... Wait, can I grab him? No? Can I grab him? Wait. Oh, he's putting stuff on his face. Ellie. Oh, thank you. No, I think it's... Yep. Discord's like, let me help! And changed the input.
Oh, no. Discord?
But you hear Pink and Gigi? Oh, so do you hear Gigi in-game?
I should be muted in game.
Interesting.
Well, driver hasn't said anything.
No, I mean he said something.
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Hello.
Hello.
Ah!
All right.
I can't do emotes anymore.
I don't know.
Because you have the passport in your hand.
No, still. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Can chat hear me?
Can you hear everybody? There should be Gigi and Andy and driver.
Hello.
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 Okay, saying yes. Okay.
Oh, look, we're into recycling. We care about the environment.
All right. Are we ready? Just dive in.
I don't know. I've never played before.
All right, let's go.
Okay. What do we
Dive
do?
in.
I'm diving in.
Whee!
So what we have to do is climb to the top of the mountain.
Perfect.
Hi, Tori.
Hello.
Hello. Easy.
So left click is to climb.
Yes. So space is jump. Shift is run. You have a stamina bar at the bottom, which is green. You will start to get a hunger bar. Driver just picked up the only backpack. He just helped himself. Okay.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
I got water.
Okay, so somebody has to carry Bing Bong.
Water.
Somebody has to carry Bing Bong.
I can carry Bing Bong.
Thank you.
Boost.
All right. So is everyone's pockets full?
Yes.
Gigi, you can drink that. Go ahead and drink it.
I don't want to drink it.
I don't think.
I'm scared.
I don't think I have any pockets full right now.
No, you have a backpack. You have the backpack on. So if you hit
Maybe...
4, you should have like 4 slots in there.
Gotcha.
Sure. You have sick ass vibrato.
Thank you. Why are you holding that? Is that what is that? Is that a flare? Or is that dynamite? It's a flare. Okay. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Is that a flare or is it dynamite? Oh, the question for the ages.
Play
Alright,
taps.
shift while climbing is lunge. Space and air is grab wall. Okay. Right click empty-handed
Alright,
is
so we
help
can
your
put
friend.
stuff in his backpack. So that's useful.
Oh, here,
Yeah.
have some bandages.
Yeah, take the first aid kit. What just? Wait, there's an achievement for catching that. Do it again. Do it again. How do I catch? Throw it to me.
They're
Oh,
what?
I don't. Oh, is it E? Do I have to do E to do it?
I don't know how to do things.
Bro, oh, Q to hold. Okay. How do you catch it? Is it E? It might be E. Let's see.
It might be E.
Okay.
Yeet.
Okay.
I did it.
I want
Are you ready?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I'll do better. So I think you threw it a little too hard.
You did
I
catch it.
got it.
Wait, what's the is it for a certain
What do you
amount?
want?
Like, there's an achievement for it. I just saw one of my friends get it. I was looking at achievements. All right, let me back up. Let me maybe it's further away. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Nice catch.
No?
Did you get it? No.
I didn't get a chibi. No.
Oh,
Here,
let me
Andy.
look. Let me look at it.
Ready?
Oh.
Dang, I definitely just
Oh, it's
hurt
100
myself.
meters. It's from 100 meters away.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll run over here.
Okay. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Is that
Is
100?
this 100
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm American.
Ready?
I don't know
Yeah.
how far a meter is.
Here comes Pink.
Like 3.12 feet.
Nope, it didn't make it. I think we have to go higher.
Yeah, there's a hill here.
Yeah.
We have to account for the drop.
Account for the drop.
Well, somebody bring it with us.
Yeah, okay. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Going
Sorry
on.
for-
Oh, are we going on an adventure?
I'm gonna go get coconuts and we can cook them in that fire over there by the.
Coconuts.
Coconut.
Coconut.
Coconut. This is a bush. I am standing on the bush.
Oh, there's a
Do-do-do-do.
package. A package over here.
Oh!
Ellie, stop.
I slipped and fell.
Really?
Oh no, I
Oh,
got
on the jellyfish. Oh, rope
Yeah.
cannon.
that hurt.
I will sacrifices. Goodbye. Oh!
Oh,
I had to break that. I had
It's
to
all
break
good.
that.
It's all good. I'll take the rope cannon.
oh, I'm climbing a tree. Oh, I have no stamina. Ow.
Where's driver with the backpack? Ellie,
Hi,
stop.
driver.
Oh, there, there's airline food.
Oh, cook that too.
Ew. Gross.
Somebody needs to pick that up because I'm full.
I'm full
full
too.
up. Driver, pick up the airline food, please.
Yeah, driver.
Where is
it's
it?
the
Okay.
Airline food.
Okay.
So you can cook things twice. If you cook it 3 times and it's burnt, and it will.
Kill you.
Kill
Poison you.
I was close.
Can I not put it in the backpack?
What?
You have to take the backpack off.
Yeah, you have to drop
put
the
it on the
backpack.
floor.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no. But other people can put stuff in there. I can do it.
Well, are you able to access your backpack while it's on your back now as a human?
Wow.
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 All right, so let's
No,
go
I
that
can pull it
way.
out, but I can't like.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Okay. I was like, okay.
All right, troops. It's time to motivate you guys.
Can you actually like pick a
Look
note?
at all your merit badges.
No, it's literally just Oh, those are all my. Oh wait, do all my achievements go on me? That's kind of cool.
Mhm.
Chibis?
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I have a couple chibis.
Gigi, where are you going?
I don't know.
Did
You
we lose
guys left
Gigi?
me behind.
I see her.
There's an
Oh, the
apple
red
or
apples
something
are
over
good,
here.
but the green ones are not. They'll poison you. So the red ones are fine.
Well, that's the opposite because red apples in real life are disgusting.
Okay, I agree, but in peak,
The poison.
it's the other way around.
Yeah, clearly the developers do not agree with
Good.
you.
They wanted to trick us.
Oh, you requested more?
I have a rope.
Oh my
spool.
goodness.
That'll be good for later.
Yeah,
I
keep
have
that.
trail mix.
Keep that until you hungies.
Why did you die? Driver, stop dying.
Just flopping over.
Stop it. Stop being dead.
Ooh, there's a thing over there. You see it over there? Wait, how do I? You see it right here, guys? You see it?
Oh, how did you
How-
ping?
Middle.
Oh!
Oh.
Of course, what we do immediately
Everybody
is
starts pinging.
just ping everything.
What's in here,
Oh,
driver?
apples. Wait, no, those ones are
Green,
those ones are
not
bad. What
good.
about the orange ones?
I don't
The
know.
golden
what
ones are fine.
Crisp berry.
What's a scout cannon?
I don't know. I found some items here.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, Ooh, yellow crisp berry good. Give energy.
Good thing that we didn't accidentally end stream or something by slamming my mouse on the ground.
Was
Pink to
anybody
answer-
energy?
Pink, to answer your question, the scout cannon fires you up into the air.
I'm doing it.
Here,
Ow.
Should I hold on to this? Should I hold on to this compass or should I drop it?
you have a compass?
Didn't send me
Yep.
anywhere.
Wee!
I'm gonna drop this compass.
Yeah, you should drop the compass.
The
Wait.
compass.
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 Don't put that in the backpack? You're
Oh,
gonna
there's
eat it.
one already in there. It's
Yeah, but you can carry more than
Do
one,
we need
one of the same thing.
coconuts?
then why did it not?
Oh, because your things are
My
full.
pocket. That's what she said.
I
Oh,
already
hello.
fell off the cliff, so I'm gonna use one of these.
Oh, well. Oop. Okay. Toe beans are cute, but not when they're coming towards your face. I know. Same.
What's in
Ellie.
your butt? Let me reach in real quick.
Ellie.
Oh,
Ellie.
yeah.
Yo, what?
Stop with the... Stop! No, don't fucking talk back because I took it away.
Ain't nobody in it.
We have to
You have to get in it. Get in it.
In it.
Get in
It'll.
it.
It. Just get in it.
Just, how do you
Just
get
do
in
it. Just do it.
I can't.
I can't do it.
I'm just.
It doesn't look like you're in it, but you actually are.
Oh.
Is it even lit?
So lit.
That's so lit.
You have to press and hold E. There you go. And then I'll get in.
I clumbed. Hi.
Hello.
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 Happy 420 on the West Coast. True.
Blaze it.
True. True. So true, Bessie. So true.
I don't think you can have more than one person on the bridge at a time. Careful.
Yeah. Can't. I learned that the hard way.
I fell
You
down.
good?
I'm fine.
It was fine,
Oh,
Wolfie.
Maggie.
Oh wait, there's more apples over here.
Yeah, only the red ones though, or the
Apple
Right.
gold ones, I guess.
I don't have. Oh no! Ow. I hunger.
Oh, who's that? Who's that?
Who's whomst?
It's me.
I was like, who's that?
Oh god.
Big
Where
lug.
am I?
You're below and to the left of us.
I'm straight up stuck, I think.
Do you not have enough stam?
No, like I was like glitching through the environment.
Oh,
Oh
Oh,
no!
then now I'm dead.
Oh no!
are you dead or are you
Oh,
just
I had-
down?
I have Bing Bong. No, I'm dead.
Oh,
I hunger.
I go back the other way.
There we go. I keep finding things.
that's important.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Big luggage. Oh, a
Bagluggage.
balloon. How do I use the balloon?
Oh, I've never
Oh.
found the balloon before. Ellie?
I am. Oh my god, I am wedged.
I just have a balloon now. Does anybody want a big lollipop?
No. I'm good with the
Okay.
big lot. Ellie!
Use me for offering it. Ellie!
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 She's not being very cash money right now, Ellie. I lost where I was going.
Balloon. Can I have multiple balloons?
Oh my gosh, did they make you float?
Oh, you're a ghost!
Hello.
Hello. You can die?
Ellie! Yes, you can die.
Yeah.
But she'll come back if we get to the top.
Okay.
I posted where I landed in
I
Discord.
have a below good. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find that. I am dumb.
Go get that chest behind you, Gigi.
There's a chest behind me?
Up on that cliff.
Oh. I thought I already got it.
I see somebody because I see Andy's ghost.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
It makes
Hi,
me jump.
Zara. Welcome in. Alright. Let me.
You died in the middle of, like, rocks.
I'm wedged. Oh, there's a first aid kit up here by Gigi Pink.
I have one.
Yeah, there should be one in your backpack, yeah.
Scout cookies!
Did you say gout cookies? I don't
Gout.
think
Yes,
you should
scout
eat those.
cookies. Yes, yes, yes. We need more iodine here in this land that we live in. What?
Oh, come on, get up. What are you
Why do I
so...
look so washed out?
Gigi, that water bottle you have in your inventory is actually just extra stamina. So if you drink it right now, it just adds to your extra stamina bar.
I have so much extra stamina.
You'll want as much as you get.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
So
Oh my god!
It
Pick up
was
the-
alright, Nikki. It was fine. Long story short, I'll probably be looking for another job.
Oh no!
It's fine.
Why?
It's just... shit is just not good at work lately.
I'm sorry.
It's
Why is it
fine.
not grabbing thing? Whatever.
Alright, so there's a first aid kit and bandages in this. So I don't know where everybody is, but oh, driver, come up here.
I'm coming. God damn it.
Hello, I am Gigi. Have you met me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sucks because I really love my job.
Reorganizing my office.
Is it just like the people that you're working with?
It's
or-
literally my boss, like just like the past like 2 or 3 weeks.
I thought your boss was cool.
I thought so too.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
How do you put it in the backpack?
You just like drag
Take
it
off
over
neck.
into like an
What do you mean
empty
drag
spot.
it over?
Like you just like put it in this empty spot.
Oh, okay.
Come on, driver.
Look, this is the first time I played this game, alright?
No, you're doing great.
Chill.
You're doing great. You're doing great. All right, I'm gonna go across the bridge. Wait for me, or go on the other one below it, because only one person can go on the bridge at a time.
What about this chubby shroom? I assume these are bad.
I don't know the mushrooms. I haven't memorized those yet.
I think chubbies are good. Clusters are bad.
I think, yeah, chubby sounds familiar, to be honest.
Hiya. Hiya.
I'm not actually climbing. There we go. Thank you.
Hiya. Oh no. Uh oh.
Over here.
Got him. I'm worried about my disembodied arms and legs.
Oh no no no! They're perfectly healthy. Everything's fine.
They're just invisible.
LD.
Oh my gosh, you're driving me crazy.
Wait, why can't I pick up this backpack anymore? What is going on?
Did you break the backpack?
Click E and then click on the backpack at the bottom of the wheel.
Oh,
that
that's
pops up.
right. That's right.
Music started playing.
Yeah, I
Turn.
think because it's the morning.
Oh. I'm just over here climbing.
Good.
Oh, hey! I found another person! I was
What?
chilling all alone.
No, no.
Yeah.
You found another person.
I saw a driver go across the bridge.
Oh.
After being alone for forever.
No, we're
Having
all
no
like
friends.
rough. Like I'm like just above you, Gigi. I can see you.
Oh, I see you! Wait. I see you! I didn't know where everyone was, and I was just chilling. And
But
then
it
I was
doesn't
like,
tell you
"I'm
the
just gonna
exactly.
climb."
Hi, Zara. Welcome in.
Hiya.
Did I really think it was going to work? It has to work because I don't know what else to do.
Oh, I got Poisson.
Poisson.
The Poisson Steve. Ah!
You are just sinking further. Oh, you're doing it on purpose. I see.
Hiya. Hiya. Okay.
You good, driver?
That bridge. That's just a terrible idea.
Yeah.
no.
Nope.
Oh, no.
You can make it to the top of this ridge here if you try, driver.
Yeah, if you just tried a little
Yeah,
bit.
if you just tried.
Jeez, driver.
As a ghost, it's kind of nice because I can scout out for you.
You can go on adventures. Ghost ventures. Oh,
Go to the
no.
right.
Oh, look, mushrooms. These must be what you guys were talking about earlier. I was like, I've never seen a mushroom in my life.
I've never seen a mushroom a day in my life.
Never, not once.
If you go to sleep like this, I'm gonna be so upset because you could be doing that in your bed.
Nope. Only we're not supposed to be.
Yep. Mushrooms are like Belgium. They're not real.
Or Delaware. Delaware's also not real.
Mm.
Every time I think of Delaware, I think of Wayne's World.
Why would you think of Delaware?
Exactly.
Also true. Or birds.
Careful, driver. Those
Birds
purple
aren't
spiny things are poison.
Yeah,
Oh
you
yeah,
can
I got hit
try
by
to
one earlier.
murder me. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom.
I'm hungry. I'm eating this airline food. Oh, I see the top! Oh, I made it. I'm at the top.
I'm coming.
Resurrects me.
I shall. I'll wait just to make sure none of the others die on the way.
That's very smart, actually.
I'm gonna jump from this tree to this cliff, and I probably won't die.
Hell yeah, I made it.
Oh god. Oh no. This was a terrible choice.
I get the second backpack because I made it.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Big ol' luggage.
Oh. I just used.
What'd you
all of
just
my
call me?
mana.
Big luggage.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
I think so.
That I breathe and I didn't consent. That's gross, Nikki.
You still have the frisbee, Pink?
Yes, because I want to throw it from far. Far enough. I don't know what 100 meters is. That's crazy. Who's here? Driver! Yay! I will help you.
I spent most of my existence on this map just wandering, opening luggage.
Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay nay. Now
Buster
watch
Oh,
me
Good.
whip.
Lord.
Whip.
Bad.
Now watch me nay nay.
Oh God. What's the marshmallow
Are
do?
you emoting?
Oh, we grill it when
R.
everyone gets here. Yeah.
Emoticons are the R key.
Yeah. I was just accusing Pink of emoting.
Emoting. I would never in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Ellie.
Hello.
Oh.
Ellie.
Ellie.
I'm up in the clouds.
Oh wait, is everyone here? No, we're still missing Gigi, but she's almost here, right?
Yeah, she's
know.
almost. She's like right below you guys.
Okay.
Right where I belong. Whoa, there's a cloud wall. That's scary.
Wait, what?
What?
It's just the edge of the map.
Wait,
It doesn't open.
Hi!
Hi.
Ah!
The fog rises. Oh no.
Can't light
I am-
campfire with friends missing. Oh. Andy. has
Yeah, we gotta go
some work.
revive. Oh, we're good.
There we go. Lighting campfire. Everyone get their marshmallow and cook it.
Yay, it's perfectly cooked.
It's perfectly cooked. All right, tropics.
Wait, could I cook it again? Or does
Yeah.
it burn?
No, you can cook it
You
one
can-
more time.
No, it's perfectly cooked.
Yeah, I
Twice.
agree.
I
It's
want to feed
perfectly
it to
cooked.
you. Did I feed it to you or did I eat it? Hi.
Hi.
You ate it.
I like
You
that.
ate it.
I ate it? Okay. I am
All right.
dumb.
I have your
Let's-
stream up to watch chat.
Oh, okay.
And there's just enough of a delay that I saw it happen. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Does anybody need me to hold anything?
Can you hold my beer? Cause I'm jumping.
You won't do it.
GG.
Oh my god.
Okay, hopefully she lived.
I'm good. I have balloons.
Oh,
Oh,
Did it?
hopefully she.
I fall a little bit.
Oh my god! Oh
oh
Jesus!
no. Wait, how did that hurt? That was not even that far of a drop.
That okay.
Ellie, come on. Come on.
Let me think. What's the play here?
Woo! That was a bad idea. Okay, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm wounded, but I'm good. Will these heal me? Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna go this way.
Oh. There's Lagage. Oh, I got poissoned.
What is this? Ancient luggage.
Oh, yeah, there's either a good item or a bad item in there.
Oh, I just got exploded. Okay,
Yeah,
Well-
no, it hurts when you open it, and then there's an item in there.
it's just rope.
Yeah, that's the anti-rope. It goes up instead of down.
Oh.
So that's
Does
a good one.
anybody
That's
have
not a bad item.
First aid kit.
What?
Does anybody have a first aid kit?
Yeah, in my backpack?
I fell down.
Yeah, get it out of my backpack.
Here, I'll give you some cookies. How do I hold on, I'm stupid. Hang on. There you go.
Hey driver, where'd you go?
He's climbing.
I am trying to get over on this other area.
I figured it out. I'm smart.
And I
'Cause I'll
should be able to
probably-
climb down, right? Oh. That's awesome. I love that. Love that for me.
Did
What
you
happened?
die?
No, I didn't die.
This time. Just almost.
Scorch babies.
Scorch baby?
This is for the snowy area. If we can carry them.
It's raining so much.
I'll need a first aid kit if we can find driver.
Are yellows bad? I'm gonna eat one.
Yellow's
Yeah.
fine.
No, yellow's good. Sorry. I'm a liar.
Nope.
Blueberry Nana.
No.
Oh, what is this? A
Ellie,
pepper?
no.
I don't. A scorch berry? I'm not
No.
eating that.
It keeps you warm in the winter zone.
Okay.
So it's more of something to hold on to, but if you need...
Ellie!
Uh-oh.
Alright, I can't go any further. I need that thing from driver.
What do you need?
A first aid kit.
Oh.
I gotta find you guys.
We're just downstairs. Where are you?
I am not really sure.
Okay. You're doing great, buddy.
Oh, I passed out.
Oh, no. Is that a dead?
Well, if somebody can get the healing kit to me quickly. No.
Oh no. Driver, you need to save Andy's life.
Oh, I see Andy.
I'm
Can I don't
working
have,
on-
Hold on. Can I save you with anything other than a first aid kit? Like, hold on. Oh, I had bandages. Did you take both of them?
No, I only just took the first aid kit.
Alright. Where's...
Where's driver?
Yeah,
I
driver.
have no idea. I'm trying to get to you guys. I'm trying to find a way to see you guys.
We're still like on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm on
There's
a bunch of
nothing
rocks
in
and
this
stuff.
cave. Okay.
me see if I can
found
get
a
to you
pointless
guys.
cave.
A pointless cave.
There was
Mhm.
nothing in it.
Can I climb with you on my back? I think I can, right?
Yes.
Ellie. Can't be, you're not slick. Come on. Get in.
Oh, that was green. Dang it! I thought it was yellow. I got poisoned.
I'm trying to like just look for a driver so I can head in the right direction. Oh, I see Gigi.
I have the backpack now.
Oh, good. Okay. Let's go find driver.
Driver.
I think I'm way above you guys. I thought I was down, but I'm not down.
Did you when the fog showed us this area? Where did you go? Did you go down immediately?
I went right.
You went right.
Looking to see if I see you guys, and I don't.
Do you see the area with like all the vines?
I mean, yes, but I don't think I'm looking at the same area.
Yeah,
No,
'cause
if
I'm,
you
like,
went
Alright,
right,
so-
then you went a
Oh!
different way. So
Oh my
Did you just fall?
god, are you
Die?
kidding me? I didn't even move, and it.
Yeah, you slide.
Oh my god, dude.
In the rain, you can slide, yeah.
is that you? No, it's Barry.
Can you go back toward the palm trees that you see from the beach from the other area? I see him on pink screen.
Yeah, I had binoculars out, and I was trying to find you guys because the rain lifted, and it just I just fell. That's crazy, man.
Did you die?
I'm unconscious, but I'm gonna die. There's no way you guys get me.
Well, I don't even know where you are, so.
I don't even know where I am, especially now that it made me fall.
Well, shit.
Here, I'll give up.
Oh. Goodbye, Andy.
I'll never forget you.
Gigi! Ugh! Stop! Stop! I'm gonna freaking lose my mind, dog. Stop. Don't know. She's like fighting cables. She just bit my foot. Like,
She's feeling chompy today.
yes. She's such like. I've had her all day. I've been giving her attention all day, and suddenly she's like, "Give me attention now." Oh, this was stupid of me. Go back. Hello. Stand back.
This is scary.
Ellie.
Oh my god, there's my hey Pinxel, you can see me.
I
There's
see
my
your
there's the backpack.
body. Okay, hold on. Oh, I gotta wait the rain out. I'm not gonna try to jump that in the rain.
Well, now I know that weather impacts stuff like that.
Driver, you can
Fun atmosphere.
zoom out with your scroll wheel
Okay.
and see more.
Come on. What? What just?
I have no idea what
poisoned
you
me?
just.
The
Oh, the
vine.
vine.
Oh, the vine
The vine.
above me. Oh shit. Okay. It's like that's nothing even touching me. I'll just wait that out. I guess. Oop, no, it's my button. Okay. Ellie,
Oh, waterfall.
pulling me right now.
What mushrooms are those, Gigi?
button mushrooms?
I don't know about those.
They're over yonder. There's some up on that ridge over there.
What's that? Hey, what's that? Gigi,
what?
go back. Do you see that up on the pink thing
Stop.
The pink thing. The pink thing.
on the edge? Like right here, you kind of see where I'm at. You see where my ghost is?
No. Hi.
Up here, up on the edge. Do you see that pink thing? That pink berry looking thing on the, like, inside the rock? Turn around.
No.
Climb up that rock right in front of you.
We'll try.
Stop raining. I want to go up here. But I'm gonna go stand
Magic bean. Ow.
So that, I think, grows a beanstalk for you guys to climb.
Okay.
And I don't think you need the banana peel in your...
Why? It seems really important. Oh, shit. Well. I used it.
Did you just do it on yourself?
Well, not on purpose. I was...
No, she accidentally used the magic bean.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you accidentally used the banana peel on yourself. I was gonna be
Oh,
extra
no.
disappointed.
I yeeted the banana peel, but in the process of going to yeet the banana peel, I dropped the magic bean, and then a vine grew, because that's what it does.
Well, you got up closer, so I think where you're going is actually behind you, the top of the peak.
But there's things to eat.
We'll get a snack and then go to the peak.
Oh, Gigi, I see you.
Where are you?
Look below you. Hi. Hi. Oh, you wish one over the edge. Now I can't see. Hi.
I see you. Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, hi, driver.
What? We be high.
I
Your
said
ghost.
hi. I see your ghost.
Oh, boo.
Boo. Ooh. Spooky.
Ever so slightly.
Touch those. Those are awesome. Ooh, let me
Ah.
grab this.
Me.
Come on.
Why am I hurting? Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, that was a bad choice.
It'll go
So
away.
is Forkberry bad?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
until later.
I've learned that I shouldn't just eat things. Hi.
Ooh.
Do I need to go back up to go down? Or
Oh,
is
it doesn't
this?
go very tall, huh?
Oh, did you get another
A bean.
vine?
Yeah.
a magic vine?
A vine.
Do you think I can make this jump? I
No.
think I can make it. I think I can make it.
Wait. So even before you jump, it's okay. Let's say you do make it. Then what? Where are you going?
I made it. I was gonna go up.
Oh, well, shit. Well, shit. That was. Shit.
I fell down.
Just the very quiet as you slide down. What are you getting poisoned from?
I don't
Did you eat
know.
something?
I ate a mushroom, but I don't think those poisoned me.
I think it did.
Yeah, it might
No,
have.
no, no. No, 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 no.
No, definitely not.
No.
It's
You
definitely
know what?
something else.
You should eat another one just to be
just
sure.
to be sure.
I could. There's another one right here.
That rope only goes down. You need an anti-rope to go up. Why did you drop it?
I didn't drop it. I threw it.
Oh.
Obvious. I don't even know where it went. It's gone forever. Why did you drop it? Andy, I'm stupid. We've learned this. Is it gone for forever? Where did it go? I have so many status effects on me right now.
Pinxel's over there looking at red bananas.
was
Oh, I
actually-
see the rope.
I was looking at the
I
rope
see the
gun.
rope.
Yeah.
The rope is glitched through the terrain. GG, you're never gonna get that back.
No!
Look what you did.
I did my best.
You just wanted to throw. You just had to throw it.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this about me. The fog rises.
Better get going.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, you fell
I fell
a lot.
in a crevice
A crevasse.
I didn't know existed. Don't worry, I have thick mints.
That's not giving you much.
No, it's good.
Oh my god, where are you?
I fell through a crevice that I didn't know existed.
He's
Wow.
in Satan's butthole right now.
I fell through. Oh. Um. Hello.
Hello?
I'm in a slot canyon and it's raining. I'm gonna drown.
No.
What even?
How do I? Wait, can I use the? Hold on. I want to test something. No, I missed. I want to set these things off with something.
How many? Do you have a certain amount of charges on your little grappling hook?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Okay. I might be able to make it.
Oh, there's a luggage thing on the other side of you.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Nailed it.
Hello.
GG, I don't know how to tell you this.
I don't know how to kill myself.
Well, eventually, your hunger will take over.
There we go. I'll just burn myself. There we
Oh,
go.
you passed out.
I did that on purpose.
Can you give up? Nope, you came
Yeah.
back.
Why did I come back?
Because the burn effect wears off.
God damn it. I didn't give up quick enough.
I mean, you could like try to climb and fall and just keep getting fall damage, I guess, maybe.
The problem is I don't have enough stamina to climb
Oh,
far
to
enough
get
up
fall
to give
damage?
myself
Yeah.
fall damage.
Yeah, you do. You just run through your extra energy.
And still no, I
And
don't have
it's
fall
gone.
damage.
Yep, and then it's all gone.
And then I really can't get high enough up to give myself fall damage. How did I find, like, the one hole in the ground that I could fall in and die? But not
I don't
actually
know.
die. And just be trapped for forever. I have skills, you guys.
Forever.
Forever. Let me starve. Just let me die.
Getting further up.
Oh, I see another magic bean on that poison vine behind you, Pink.
A magic bead.
Is it right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say something, but I
Wait,
didn't
is it a magic bean?
keep it to myself.
What is that?
I don't think it's a magic bean. It's not pink. I think it's different.
Never mind. I was, God, dog. I want to say it so bad. Pinxel, you should try and flick it.
No.
Do you guys just want to start the round over?
I feel like Pinxel's pretty close to the top,
No,
eh?
she's got it. She'll be able to resurrect you guys. I'm not dead.
I have a rope gun. I just don't know where to like try to climb to. I don't see any surfaces here.
Ooh, there's a tree behind you with a box on top.
Oh, there's you can get on top of the boulder on to your right. Yeah. There you go. Exactly. Does it not go all the way down?
No, I thought it would go a little further, but it looks like it's not.
Can you jump and grab it?
Yeah.
Nice.
No. Oh, this might be it, folks. Oh, I didn't take fall damage from that? Okay.
What's that like?
Come on. I saw the grab. Come here. Yeah.
If I keep trying, will I get hungry faster?
Ooh, I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, well
Let
now I'm
me
just
perish.
below here. I don't think this goes anywhere. This is what happens every time I play this fucking map. I can never find the way up. I'm sliding.
Hmm.
Like, none of this over here looks like I can... Like, there's a spot right here, but I won't make that. Alright, let's just... see. I'm hungry, too. Hold on. I think the only thing in my backpack is the pepper. This is driver's backpack. Oh my gosh, how am I sliding right
Pepper's delicious. It can kill you very briefly.
now? Yeah.
Not brief enough to actually die.
Literally all that there is in here. Shit. Okay. I mean, I can just die and we can try again. Because this is clearly not the way.
It's up to you.
Is that what we're voting for? Bye.
Oh my gosh, that actually makes me clench.
Are you now just waiting on me to die? Because
Yeah.
we're gonna be here a while. You wanna come join me? Hi!
Hi!
I just... It's really creepy. He's just like above me. Ooh. I could do it. I could do it. I could make it.
Everybody's
Nope.
watching you now. How does that feel?
got-
Everybody's watching you.
Everybody.
Everybody's
in the whole
watching.
World, not just you. You're the
Yeah,
only
all
one-
of Twitch is here. Didn't you know you're on the front page tonight?
Oh god.
You're the only stream today.
That explains nothing. I'm
You can
so-
reset the map or whatever, right? Might as well if GG can't get out.
I mean, we can all leave the game and just go back in.
Oh, true.
Suki.
It's okay. I'll starve to death soon.
I already left.
Wow. Okay.
I already left.
Okay. Leave game. Leave Gabe.
Leave, Gabe.
Leave Gabe. Okay, host Gabe.
Host Gabe.
Okay. Invite friends. You.
Am I a friend?
You. Why does it kick it out after each person?
You
That's
guys-
stupid.
You guys clipped that. She said that we're her friends.
Invite friends.
I mean, technically, she didn't name any of us. She just said invite friends.
And then I said you,
So-
you, and I didn't name anybody again. So
Yep.
boom.
Nope.
Boom.
Out of context. Clip it.
Hi.
Hi.
Whoa.
Hi.
Does it look funny when I play dead and hold the run button?
Huh?
Yeah, it looks like you're throwing a temper tantrum, honestly. Yeah, you just look like you're like throwing a little temper tantrum.
That is pretty great. It's pretty great. What's over here? Oh, a window. Or not even a window, a mirror.
Hello? Hello?
Whee! Departures. Where are we going? Are we going to? Our flight is delayed.
Our departures are in Morse code. Okay.
Mhm.
It's a little unsettling if we need to know Morse code in order to go onto this flight. It's almost
What,
like
you
they're
don't
saying that
know
something
Morse
bad is
code?
gonna happen.
Embarrassing.
Wow, how embarrassing.
And that's embarrassing.
So embarrassing.
Alright, let's not die hard sweat.
I got the flag disc. Oh, you got a balloon.
I know, but I dropped it and then I caught it again. Don't worry, guys. Who's got a bing bong?
Big
I have a
bong.
big
We
bug.
need a bing bonga. Bing bonga.
How to not die.
A bing bonga.
Ah, nature.
Yeah, beautiful.
There were like a million dots, so I interpreted what I think that means. Rule 0: never abandon a friend in need. You guys abandoned me.
You weren't in need.
I was tripped. Keep moving.
You were tripped. Who tripped
Wait.
you?
I was tripped. The ground.
Triped.
Triped?
Triped.
That's pretty gross.
Trooped.
Trapped.
A piton.
A piton.
Piton!
A piton.
Piton.
Help up friend.
As if.
You can help him just crouch down, let a fellow scout down on your head of the jump.
Jump.
Life is pain. Stay alert, stay alive.
Ellie. She's literally playing with her toy bark.
Stay hungry. Actually, don't. Okay, great. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you. Come again. Thank you.
Sure. They won.
I have food. I'm
You
breaking-
have food?
I'm breaking coconuts.
Coconut.
I have a canon.
Come
I
get
thought
John's juice.
I have a big lollipop.
Hell yeah.
Oh no, bandage, come here. Oh, can't catch it. Bye, bandage.
I hear the bugle. I love it. It's the greatest sound I've ever heard in my life.
I can't see shit with this fucking big ass lollipop.
And put it away. Just select another slot that you have open.
It doesn't do any fall damage. That's pretty sweet, I guess.
I have 2 more open spots in my backpack.
Okay.
Don't worry, I picked up the most important items.
Yep.
I like how the thing that says energy. Oh, actually, it gives me a
Little
massive speed boost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Ooh. I don't have very good breath control with this bugle.
Well, you're like an 8-year-old kid, so
I need to practice.
yeah.
I need to do better.
Your orchestra
It's
teacher, your
embarrassing.
band teacher's not very good at their jobs.
No, clearly. How embarrassing.
How embarrassing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
Did you die?
No. What is making me sleepy?
What did you eat?
Sleepy?
Yeah, you had to have eaten something.
A lollipop?
Is it like
Oh.
a sugar
The
crash?
crash.
Sugar crash.
Yeah.
Oh.
It'll be
Noted.
fine. Just drink some water.
Where are you guys? I see Gigi.
I'm out here wreaking havoc.
I see London.
You see pants?
I see France.
Gigi, wait for me.
Okay.
Oh, who are you? I see Gigi. Hi.
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 I'm behind you, Gigi. Hello.
You see driver's underpants? Oh, really?
Driver.
Put your
Where?
underpants
Okay.
away.
Wait, no, don't. If we can see them, that means that you're not wearing pants. Please keep your underpants on.
So
Driver
the
has
funny
to move
thing
on.
is,
Uh-oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, he's
Right.
not streaming, so.
It's true.
To be fair, a lot of people when they're streaming, they're sitting down. Who knows what's going on?
I know a lot of
True.
people who do not wear pants when they stream.
I could never.
I also could never.
What if I accidentally stand up or something?
Do you accidentally stand up often?
I usually stand up on purpose, but I feel like I would forget.
Right.
Oh, I fell. Don't worry, I didn't fall into a weird slot cannon this time. Oh, hey, look at Driver! Oh, you got
It's
a
not at all
thing.
the secret camera that I can see driver. Why would you ask? No, it's definitely not that.
No.
Hi, driver. I see you. Hello. Behind
Trying
you.
to figure out where to go.
Up.
All right.
Pink, where are you?
I'm above Gigi. Or I was above Gigi. I saw Gigi a minute ago.
Then Gigi decided to go on an adventure.
Yeah, I was above Gigi. Now I am no longer above
Hi, Driver!
Gigi.
Hi.
I see you! I'm behind.
Apparently, a lot
Lock
of
your
people
balloon.
can. Well,
Balloon
thanks for
pop.
bursting my balloon.
I didn't. I just saw it
That's.
happen.
I mean, you were there, and then it popped. So that's absolutely terrible.
That's what I said! I wonder if
Oh my god.
Well, I hear Gigi playing the bugle, so there's that.
okay, so it depends on where my okay.
Can you
Are you
play
over
hot cross
here?
buns?
Ow. Okay.
Wait, how are you doing that? Wait, how do you change the tone?
Ta-da!
That is
Wait,
the
how
most
do you do
amazing.
that?
Very good. Very
That's
good.
amazing! How do you do that? Oh, I see driver.
The pitch changes depending on where you're looking.
No way! I was literally just
Yeah.
like walking around with it. So it's a fucking, what's it called? Theremin.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Theremin is how close you get to
No,
the
I know,
thing,
I
but
know,
Yeah,
I know.
I know.
I know. I made the theremin reference.
You're a theremin. I don't know what that is.
Theremin. It's an
It's
instrument.
the like spooky instrument that goes.
Yeah.
Wait, how's it go one more time? Ah, okay, makes sense.
Yeah. I like how you asked me jokingly to play Hot Cross Buns, and I was like, bet.
Oh, I as another musical person, I was like, here we go.
Hello, driver.
You think I'm
Hello.
wrong to play Hot Cross Buns?
Hello, driver.
Hi, Andy.
Hello.
Let me see here. Here to there. To there. No, there to there, maybe? I think that's what I did last time. Oh no, I went that way. That's right. Okay.
Where?
I'm gonna go here and then over like that way.
I'm gonna go over this way, and then I'm gonna go that way, and then I'm gonna go that way. Pink is just like, fuck you guys. I'm going this way.
Well, I mean, like, I don't. Wasn't what happened. I just got
I know,
separated.
I'm kidding.
I just got separated.
Gotta keep 'em
I want to be
separated.
together. I want to be together. It just never happens.
That's true. You are the one who has forbidden me to do anything besides stream with you.
It's true.
It's true.
I get to do whatever I want because I'm a fake fan. So
You are a fake fan.
Okay. Me too.
You're not a fake fan.
No.
I'm just happy to be included.
We're
Andy's
happy
like,
you're
I'm
here,
glad
Andy.
Of course you're included.
That was a joke, okay? Please don't feel
You
bad
sure?
for me.
Are
Yeah.
you sure?
I was not feeling bad. I was being reassuring.
Wow, Gigi was like, I did not feel bad at all.
I've never felt bad.
I did not feel bad at all, even a little bit.
Oh,
Are
this
you
is not going to
singing
end well. This is not going
Lunch!
to end well.
Lunch!
Go down.
Lunch!
Go down.
That's what.
What was that? Go ahead.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Huh?
What? Oh, I hear it! I hear the boogal.
I just need to make sure you all know that I'm here.
I hear the boogal.
I made a poor choice. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're good. We only fell down a little bit. It's fine.
Something interesting might happen if we use the statue when everyone's still alive. Wow.
Well, okay, rude. Passive aggressive much?
Hello.
Hi! Hi.
Farther down.
Hi. Let's hold hands. Hold hands. Hi.
Hold
What?
hands, make
Right there.
new
Perfect. Perfect.
friends, but
Yeah.
keep the old. One is silver and the other's no.
No.
A circle's round. It has no end. That's how long I'm gonna be your friend.
That song brings back actual night terrors.
I've actually never heard this song in my
I
life.
haven't either.
It's the
Well, you
Girl
weren't
Scout
a-
song.
Yeah, you weren't a Girl Scout.
I was a Girl Scout, but apparently we
Oh.
didn't sing that back then. I was a Girl Scout for a long time.
My mom knew that from when she was a Girl Scout.
We never did that. I was I made it all the way up to like a junior, and I never heard that shit.
Same. Although by the
Weird.
time I was that, we were mostly just chilling.
Yeah, we just went like on a lot of like weird bullshit camping trips by that point. Just like a weekend to like get away for like 4 days, you know.
I was a brownie and then a junior, and then my scout leader unfortunately got cancer and couldn't lead anymore. And
that's
so
sad.
my mom tried to become a leader for my last year, and she just couldn't do it. So I didn't finish junior.
Gigi is 262 meters away.
Can you hurry up, Gigi?
Okay, wow.
We can't even light the
Listen.
campfire without you.
I'm trying so.
What
is everyone
what
there
does the
but me?
balloon do, driver? Does it just kind of like keep you from like falling for a little bit?
It like helps you glide, I think.
It helps slow your fall.
Interesting.
Yeah. Here, let me try and like climb up on something and see if it.
I got one,
What?
but I put it in my. Oh yeah, you glide just a little tiny bit. I don't know.
Embrace the occult. Uh-oh, one of our scouts stepped on a sea urchin and died. I was
When?
about to get really sad, but one of the other kids touched
the
a weird
paper.
statue and brought their friend back to life.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, GG.
Oh no, Gigi. Wait, how did the paper get all the way? Did you throw it? It's all the way over here now.
I threw it.
I was like, damn.
Gigi, where are you?
I fell down and I'm hungry.
Oh no, Gigi.
I'm running out of stamina. But I have a
What?
bugle and I have the.
Blow the bugle so we can find you.
Play the bugle. I think I know where you are.
Yeah, I think I know where
Yeah, I
she's
hear
at
her.
too. I went the other direction, back where you came from. Down that
My
way,
monitor
yeah.
just died. Cool. Amazing.
Your what just died?
My monitor.
Oh.
Love that.
Okay, it's back.
Okay.
Everybody panic a little bit. It's fine. I did this earlier, and I thought I had fixed it. Hello? Nothing's working. Everything's working. Everything's fine.
Oh, I hear you again.
Not hot cross buns.
No! No!
I can't place where it's coming from. Like, I can't place where you are, though.
I'm on the bridge.
Oh.
I'm where the bridge
Oh, wait.
is.
Oh, no, that's Andy. Andy,
Gigi,
you know where
you're
she
gonna
is?
go. You're gonna go keep going around the right side.
Yeah, that's where
Like
I
facing.
was, and then I got stuck because I ran out of
Oh,
energy.
okay.
Because I am monkey.
Play your bugle again.
I love that we can just hear it.
Me's loud.
I know, but like that's. I feel like we wouldn't be able to hear it.
No. Have you met a trumpet player?
I
True.
have
Nope.
actually.
True. All the clothes from the trapper. Oh, you're playing Red Dead. I gotcha. Red Dead.
Gigi, where the fuck are you? You're really far down.
You're almost caught up to her though, according to the
No,
fire.
I ran out of stamina. I'm hungry. I have no food. But
No,
I have
we have to
Google, I
find. We'll have to find you a
Magic
coconut somewhere.
I have a coconut.
Okay, good. Give her a coconut.
She's also got the little cannon. She might be able to shoot herself.
That's true.
No, Gigi, turn her. Hold on, I'm watching Gigi. You're gonna have to go. You can go. Yeah, you can keep going around that way, or right up there. Yeah,
Google shroom.
I don't think that's a good one.
Ooh.
A bugle shroom.
No, we're good. That
Some
helps.
of them are delayed. Just an FYI.
What's delayed? No, it's fine.
Okay.
I've never had a problem before.
Okay. Perfect. Glad to hear
All
it.
mushrooms are good.
All mushrooms are perfectly safe,
Every
chat.
mushroom.
You can go anywhere at any point in time and eat any mushroom and it's safe.
You heard it from me.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, we're
Last
we're
time I-
all like watching Gigi trying to guide her.
Yep.
I'm gonna try this because this is what I did last time. Oh, no. No. Everything's good. Everything's going great.
All right, I guess we go get Gigi now, huh?
I tried, but she's so far down.
It's fine. It's fine. I could do it. I could do this.
Okay, so you need to get food because you need to get your whatchamacallit down. And I think put the cannon down and use it because it's gonna get rid of your carry weight a lot too.
Damn it.
I think your cannon is most of your carry weight.
I don't know what's going on with my fucking monitor. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
How did I just take fault? Okay.
Did you fall?
Usually you take fall damage when you fall.
I'm gonna leave.
Probably for the best.
Oh.
La gasp.
Okay.
Is that Andy? Yeah, that's Andy.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Hello.
Yeah, I was like, you should definitely put it down and try to launch yourself. Because that's a ton of that carry weight, which will be a little bit help.
I'm
I need to
pretty
come back
sure-
because I fell and and now I have like half health, and so I'm just gonna stay by the campfire until Gigi gets here.
Yep, don't worry about it. I'll be right there.
Oh
my-
It just sucks.
my god.
I just watched that happen.
Oh, good. I think all three of us watched that happen.
Oh.
For Pink's chat, Gigi just launched herself into an urchin.
Yeah. One of the poisonous bushes. She put the cannon down and launched herself into a poison bush.
Oh no. Well, that went really well.
That totally went according to plan.
That
Mhm.
was exactly
It's exactly what we were
no.
trying to do the whole time.
We'll try again. Guh.
G-
Nope. Guh.
No,
Listen, just let me die at this point.
no, I got you. I'm gonna come get you.
Okay. Do you have a way of healing me? Because
No, I can help you though. I can help you up.
She has
You
no
know-
stamina, driver.
Oh my
know.
god, did you get hurt again?
yeah, I launched into the thing.
You
Are
didn't
you
have
trying
that
to
little
kill your-
before.
Oh, she's trying to kill herself.
Just let me die.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
got all the way down here.
Now driver has
Too
to get
bad.
back up.
About to eat my lollipop.
Good God. Hi.
Hi. Now we just have to wait for driver to get back up.
Hi, driver.
I
I'm haunting you.
Okay.
Sorry. I got trapped.
I think we should stay together, or try to stay
That's
together.
probably for the best.
Wow, the manual was right.
Crazy.
Did the manual say to stay together? It
Because I
said don't
think
leave
we
your
can.
friends
I
behind.
think we can like put our hands out and people can jump to us.
Right.
Oh. No, this is game for me only. I will win.
It's a race to the top.
Always. Oh, you're
here.
just flaunting the fact that you can successfully climb.
Wow.
Rude.
Does lighting the campfire heal us? Oh, it does a little bit. Cook, 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 cook.
Eat. Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now. Where's the tattoo? Here's the tattoo. It's tattoo. No, Gigi, this is you have to learn the lesson the hard
Oh
way.
no. I think how it just fucking yeets me.
It does. It just throws you. Like
Gigi.
here. Driver, we're supposed to stay together.
I'm going to look. I'm just using my binoculars.
Okay. I was like, the whole point was we're supposed to stay together. He's like, bye. Alright, did you eat your thing?
Don't have one.
Who ate
Yo,
you?
this there's
I
a
fed it to her.
chest.
Oh,
But my hunger didn't go down.
Well, I fed it to you, so I don't know what to tell you.
Tell me either.
There's
your
a chest
hunger,
with
was your
a
hunger more?
jewel on it.
No.
That's
Gigi,
the,
come here.
That's the special chest.
Gigi, come here. I have
Oh wait, do
Food.
I have anything? I have airline food too. If she needs it.
Oh, no.
she has
Oh, that's
coconut.
I had
Coconut.
coconut.
Yes, eat coconut. Okay, so where
Coconut.
should we go? I can never tell.
There's a
from the
vine.
thing.
There's a vine right here.
Hey, driver.
Yeah, this looks
Where
pretty
did-
safe.
He's right there.
There's a line. There's actually
I
a
see him right
fairly
there.
decent
He's right
slope
there.
off to the right here.
Okay.
Let me get up so you guys can see me, maybe.
No, I just have to get on.
No,
the-
wait. Where are you?
We're coming down.
I'm not next to you. Where'd you guys go?
No, we're coming down right now. You were down before us. We're not down yet. We're coming down.
I was not. I'm now coming down. I see
Wait,
you guys.
I saw a little red. Was there not a red dude down here?
No,
know
you
right
might have been
there?
seeing the box.
No, that's you.
I see Andy.
That's you. I
That's
see
the-
you.
Oh,
No, that's not me.
What the fuck is this?
I see you. I see you.
What is this?
There is a person here.
I saw.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, he haunts us.
Oh, well, fuck
What?
that shit. That's who I thought was driver.
I saw two. I also saw driver.
Oh, now I see driver over there. Okay, driver, I see you over here. We're over this way. This way. Oh, you're going to the
opening the
chest. Okay,
ancient-
we'll go to you.
Since
Sick.
when are we haunted?
I don't know, but
Bugle of Friendship.
ooh, that's
Okay.
good.
Oh,
No, don't play
No,
it. Don't play it
no,
now.
No.
Oh, I didn't know it had a bar. Okay.
that just reminded me that I lost my bugle.
Aww.
Who needs
How am I
food?
gonna play hot cross buns?
Ooh, yay! I have a rainbow health bar. Alright, I have room in my backpack, I think. I have one slot in my backpack if someone wants to put something in there. Oh, wait, no. Wait.
I'm putting food in Andy's backpack.
Backpacker.
Backpacker.
Okay, I have like 1/4 of my health broken heart. So should I bandage, you think?
Yeah, I would definitely bandage.
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 Somebody-
Bandage.
Who has bandage?
I'm pretty sure I
I
have
have bandage.
bandage.
I have bandage. Here, wait. I give.
Is green
heal.
kingberry, is it good or bad?
The kingberries, I don't. I think the purple one is good, and I don't know if I don't know about the green one. You might have to test it.
I'm just gonna eat it.
It's probably for the best.
Don't look at me. It'll make
Don't
me
look at
feed
you?
you.
But look at
It'll
you.
make me feed you.
No, just
I'll
eat
go look
it.
at you.
Eat it. Oh,
Oh yeah, don't do. Yeah, don't
Immediately
do that.
poisoned.
Oh yeah, don't do that.
All right, where are we going? Which way do we want to go?
I got a tummy ache.
This way? This way?
Yeah, let's
This
go
way?
this way.
Oh wait, what is
Driver-
this?
Driver, don't
Yellow
wander.
kingberry. Oh, yellow kingberries are good. Okay. Oh,
Yellow.
just kidding. No, it's not. Oh my
yeah,
god.
I think purple ones are. I'll try the purple right here. Purple kingberry. Trying now. Good so far. Yeah, I think purples are good. Purple kingberries are good. No delay.
I got decent uppies over here.
Okay. Yeah, but does it
Oh, we
connect
love
to
the
any other
uppies.
uppies?
I don't know.
That's the problem on this map, I feel like. I can't ever tell, like, where anything goes or leads to anything or anything.
I'm gonna yeet. Full send!
Full send! R.I.P. to
The
those
poison
who weren't
eventually
here.
just starts
Don't get
ticking
the joke.
away, right?
Right.
Huh?
Okay.
Man, I have so much stamina now that I'm not dead.
Wow.
Ooh, there's a chest over there.
Where?
Over there.
Oh.
I don't know how to get there.
With your feet.
Nah. You might ask yourself.
Bees!
How do you get-
Guys, be careful, there's bees.
Bees.
Bees right there.
aggressive.
Bees.
Bees. Aggressive.
Bees, aggressive.
Can it stop raining, please?
It's like Breath of the Wild.
Brown berry nana. Is that good?
I don't
Brown
know.
what?
Berry nana.
I don't know the berry nenas.
Brown is apparently fine.
That looks like it could be scalable. Over here looks like it might work.
Where?
Over here.
Yeah, I see.
Ooh.
Oh, get out of there! Get out of there!
Oh.
The fuck was that?
You touched one of the little plants.
The
Which
fart berry.
plant?
The fart plant.
What's a fart plant?
Let me see if I can I don't see any others right now to show you. Oh, right here, Gigi. This is a fart plant.
It just looks like a plant.
Yeah.
How was I supposed to know it was a fart plant?
Yeah, I didn't blame you. I just said you stepped on it and that's what happened. You asked what happened.
I didn't say you blamed me. I was just angry that it happened.
Alright, Gigi and I have to wait out our poisson.
That's all.
Who threw all of these banana peels down here?
Driver.
Yeah, I think that was me.
Making a mess.
Where are we going now? I can't see through the rain. Oh, over here.
I think
Like
it
over
might be
here.
better to, yeah,
I don't trust these vines.
but
I
I
don't
think we're
trust-
gonna take the vine and then around. So that's what I'm doing. I'm taking this vine.
Let's get these mushrooms, Gigi.
Wine are you taking? Wait, where?
Mushrooms.
Grab
Okay,
these.
I see you. Yeah, no, I see you.
Come put them in my backpack.
Backpack?
Backpack.
Backpack.
Okay, I can get one in there.
Okay.
Hey yo.
Hey,
Oh no. Oh no.
well, can't go
Oh
there
no, I
yet.
know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Oh, I'm
Did you
super
get farted
poisoned.
on?
Yeah, I'm super poisoned. I definitely have to wait.
Get farted on.
Wait, driver, I lost you.
Straight up from you, Pink.
Ow.
Where's Gigi?
Right
Down
here.
with Andy right there.
Oh,
Yeah, I see you.
Okay, you say that like I'm the one who always gets lost.
No, you're
Not you. You didn't. Driver did.
Oh. I was like, wait, like, that's where you are.
No. Driver was like, where the fuck is Gigi?
Again.
This bitch! I can't play hot cross buns for you to know where I am because I lost my bugle.
You lost your buns.
found a magic bean.
I lost my buns.
You should flick it on the ground.
What the fuck? Ah!
You did
Just impaled Andy.
Oh, so it goes out in the direction.
Drilled.
That's crazy. Okay. So it goes out in the direction that you throw it. Or in the direction that it lands.
Oh, that was so funny.
What's that? What's that?
Don't touch it.
Why? What
If
is
you're
it?
gonna touch it, just wait till I move out of the way. Alright, now you can touch it.
You guys-
Just turned around at the perfect time.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh my god.
I don't know
Are
what
you guys okay?
Oh god. Did you not see Gigi get launched?
No.
Gigi got launched.
Hold on. Somebody clipped it.
I clipped it from my angle.
Oh boy. Hi, Sophie. Ow, stop. Stop poisoning me.
I just can't believe I just turned around and saw that.
Sophie
Oh!
being cute.
You see?
You turn around and just boom. I have a remedy fungus if somebody needs it.
I am going to very slowly make my way up because I am very poisoned. I don't even know where you all are anymore.
I know, we're all together now. That's the worst part.
I can't play hot cross buns.
Sneak past that. Okay. What was in there? Anything good?
Bandage. I used it because I had damage.
Damage.
Gigi,
Damage.
Yeah.
are you okay?
I don't know. I'm lost.
I'm waiting for you. Look for the magic beanstalk. that impaled me.
Yeah, that's a good waypoint.
Sure. Yeah. I don't see it. This is all fine. It's gonna go this way.
I'm just
I don't
trying
know
to
where
keep
you
up with
are.
Driver, who has decided to not stay with the group.
Driver's decided to fuck off by himself.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up.
I have pink in my sights, but I don't see driver
He's
anymore.
right in front of me.
And I'm waiting for Gigi.
Yeah, I see. All right, everyone just chill for a second. Because Andy's right here.
You said climb to the top? Okay.
Yep, go for it.
I think I'm on the opposite side of the map.
You got launched.
There's water.
Oh, I see water too. I see water too.
Can't go that way.
I think you might be close.
Ooh, I'm slipping. Slipping. Don't catch me
Slip
slipping.
it away.
Don't catch me slipping.
Oh, I might be able to get up there. Excuse me? Here.
All right, do we have any eye on Gigi yet? Yeah, like there's the. Are you by the waterfall, maybe?
No.
Oh yeah, do you see a waterfall?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so you're.
I'm on the right
You're
side
near-
of the
Wait, I see you.
You're-
I see. Oh no, I don't. Wait. Oh no, I thought I saw you. I really thought I saw you, but I guess it was just the way that this stupid fucking.
Was it my
thorn-
hand?
No, it was the way that the thorns were kind of like glitching in the waterfall right there. It looked like it was a little teal head, but it's not. Trying to see. Let's look at seeing Gigi's strum.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, she got
been-
yeeted. I don't know where she
I've
is.
been injured. I don't know where to go from here.
Yeah, I don't know where she is. Oh, there. Okay, so there's the waterfall. Okay, so there's the waterfall. So she's like. over
She's like down here.
Yeah, she's like over here. Yeah.
Do you see my...
I don't see your hand if you're pinging. No.
I'm pinging this tree. Do you see me pinging this tree?
No.
Okay, so I made a mistake.
Hey, do you see it? Do you see this? Do you see this? Over by the tree, over by the waterfall?
I don't see anything. You see
Looks-
this?
Ooh, driver, where did you go actually?
Found a rope cannon.
Ooh, that's good. I have a piton.
I'm not far. I'm not far.
Yeah, I see the open luggage right over here. So,
Oh, I think I know where. Gigi, you're close. Ah,
Am I?
yeah, because I saw that luggage on that vine right here.
Uh-huh. This one?
I believe so.
Goodbye. Okay, I'm going back down, and I'm going to the other side of the waterfall because I think I went the wrong way.
No, I can see the ledge that you were pointing to with the waterfall with the tree, and that luggage on the vine. So you're close. You're definitely close.
I'm going this way.
oh, I see driver.
There's so many poison vines everywhere.
Are you gonna get that one that's over here? All the way over here?
Ooh, this is a bad
What?
idea.
There's a chest that's all the way over here.
Oh, I can, yeah. I'm trying to think about where I should put this cannon.
Yeah.
Uh,
The
I'm
rope
thinking
cannon?
maybe. No, there's a cannon. There's a scout
cannon?
cannon.
Ooh.
Gigi, I see you. Gigi, I see you.
Hey God, I need this.
I'm thinking. Oh. Okay, so there's a vine at the top of this far tree where the waterfall is.
I see you, Gigi.
A vine at the top of the far tree. Okay,
Yeah.
like right here, you mean?
I just pinged it.
I don't see. Do it again.
I'm at. It's like
Oh, I can't see anything with the rain now.
So
Yeah.
hold on. Wait until the rain goes away and then I'll help you, Gigi.
Okay, I need a first aid kit. I fell.
Oh no.
Well, if you can get close enough, I have a remedy shroom.
I have, like, the smallest amount of a health bar. Because I'm also a little bit hungry. Oh, mushrooms. Can I get there without dying? No, I cannot.
Oh, there's an ancient chest over here.
Okay.
Gigi, let me see if I can throw this to you. Stay right there.
There's a bandage. There's bandage right here. What else?
Nope. Jump into that.
Helmet.
Can't. It's all the way up there.
Oh, this is explorer's
Yeah, those are
luggage.
usually good. Does it have a pitone in it or anything like that?
It does. It does have a
Piton.
pitone.
Okay, I'll at least eat this mushroom.
That's
so I'm-
useful. I have a pitone as well. So if
that
we have
helps.
2
Now I-
pitones and a rope gun, we can definitely do this. We just have to use it smart.
Right. I think what we need to do is we need to get on this tree over
Got
here.
poisoned.
I still don't see your tag. All right, I'm gonna come down to you.
All right. Pink and Driver, I'm gonna eat some cookies and then come to you.
Yeah, we're on this long cross section here, looking at these trees.
I got very poisoned. Okay. Hello.
Okay, I see you.
I-
Okay. The tree is over this way,
Okay, yeah. Can't see anything through the rain though. So
right? If you look at the very top, there's a couple vines, and it goes like right up to.
okay, but how
Yeah.
are we gonna scale this tree with the pitons? I guess.
Or the cannon. Shoot the cannon
Yeah.
and
Because we
climb.
can shoot the cannon to like there. I don't know.
No, I meant shoot the cannon up into the tree,
Oh, okay.
and then climb up onto the tree branch and stuff, and then.
Oh, we
Work
can
our way up.
try it.
Tree branch.
We can try it. Alright, I am
Alright, I'm gonna-
hungry. Do I have? I think I have.
I'm gonna
Wait.
drop. Oh, there's some food down there. I think there's. Oh wait
Oh, I
wait. There's thin mints right here.
You mean thick mint?
Thick
What
mints.
happened?
I died.
No.
I fell off of something very tall and then I got poisoned.
No.
I couldn't get back up.
I see you guys. I'm up
Wonderful.
above you. I'm above you.
Okay. Does it look
And
like
he's above us
that goes
all.
anywhere, or should we try and go to this far tree?
Right here kind of leads into a cave, like this little area.
Yeah, but are we gonna be able to go up from there? Is the other problem.
Hold on, I'll scout.
Okay. Because
Scouty, scouty, scout.
looks like we can get to there. Maybe.
Yeah,
to
and then
there, but
after
then
that,
what?
we could
Yeah.
use the piton and then
Get the. Are you gonna pick up the cannon? The piton?
Yeah, I can't. Well, I can't. I can do both. I just have to. I'm
What
gonna
do you-
drop this lantern.
Yeah.
What if it's dark?
Oh well.
Oh.
We'll have you to light the way.
No, I'm dead.
I know.
Oh wait, I have to drop something else. Oh wait, I can throw this. Never mind. I'm tripping.
Place it.
Oh no!
You should- Be careful! Don't get yeeted! Perfect. Watching you yeet that directly into the wall was very entertaining, driver.
Ah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're very welcome.
Hmm.
Huh.
Wow, look at all these places. It would have been really nice to explore.
Would it though?
Better than being dead.
What am I doing? Why am I climbing? I didn't ask to climb.
I didn't ask for this.
Oh, oh no!
Oh no! No! Oh no!
Oh, I
Andy.
just saw that.
I'm good.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Oh. Where'd it go?
Oh my god, the cannon almost fell. I can't bring the cannon up there, but I can fire it up there. So that's what I'm gonna do. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna try it.
Pink, help! Pink, help! Pink, help!
Oh, no! There's Andy! We have a cat cam now? Technically, we've had a cat cam.
Hi.
I just didn't have it set up.
Hi, do you have a first aid
Let's
kit?
talk to
Or
I
bandage.
might. You can check my
I have
back.
bandage. I have bandage. Got a bandage.
a baby. You can't even see her. She is just shadow.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're good. Now I'm at like 1/5 broken heart. Ah!
I could do it with a broken heart.
I was at like half a broken heart.
Oh,
I
And
can
then-
do it with half a broken heart.
I'm gonna
How do
need
you
your help.
how do you
Pink.
do this thing? Do you jump in it?
Yeah, you light the fuse and then
Oh,
you jump
shit.
in it. Did you die?
No.
it said it said a little hand clasp. Did I do it?
Yeah,
I was like, I said a little hand clasp thingy.
I
I'm
think
a
we
big
need to
boy,
go over here.
baby. All you can see
Okay.
is
Yeah, that's where I was
a
trying to
slightly
go, and then
empty shadow.
I felt him. I fell.
this way maybe. And I have a rope, so like at least the rope could maybe help us get there. Should I spend it on that though?
You want to wait until the rain stops?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no, driver. Oh no.
Okay.
Is that your name, Twinsy? It sure is.
Hi, Andy. Yee.
Andy, yee 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 yee.
Gigi, can you use your scroll wheel and like scroll out and scope us out?
Oh.
Pink, do you need food?
No, I'm okay right now.
It's so hard to see. Cause
I think I'm gonna
everything
put the
is
gun right here.
Okay.
above you.
Nice.
You can make it. Nice. The whole gang. You got this, driver. I believe in you. You're almost there. Woo! Who gave Pink a harpoon? The
The
devs.
RNG gods.
Mhm. Oh my god, driver! It almost looked like you weren't gonna make it.
I thought I was not, to be honest.
You very much almost didn't.
Oh, rain. No rain. Not right now, rain.
I have died on both of the maps so far, so. But it's okay, I get to be a ghost.
I'm gonna fall.
Driver,
Oh!
driver!
Are you kidding me?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I fell.
I was like, oh, it'd be so funny if I just pretended to play dead. It would be so funny. And then my guy decided to just roll off the edge.
You emoted into your own death! Oh my god.
I happened to look over at GG's stream at that time.
Oh no. Andy, did you fall down too?
It did.
Yes.
Oh no.
I was in the middle of climbing and it started to rain.
Ugh. You know what? That's a noble death.
I'm gonna go refill drink.
Okay.
Good idea.
Oh my goodness, dude. Did somebody clip it? Let me see.
Yeah, it's been clipped. Andy got it. It should be a good view from mine.
Yeah, that's how I saw it. I happened to look over at the multi-stream.
It starts just after your emote. So I basically just get your fall.
Oh my gosh, I think I see the top. I might be able to get you guys back. I just need to wait for the rain to stop.
Hell yeah.
I think the top's right there. I think that's
It was
the
ever
section.
so slightly too, like, far forward, but I can edit it later. Look at all these ghosts. Definitely don't look like sperm.
Oh my goodness.
God,
my
that was
goodness.
crazy.
That was hilarious. I did it. I appreciated your commitment to the bit of dying.
He's like, wouldn't it be so funny if I just pretended I died? Actually dies.
No pretend. Only dead.
Oh my gosh, I did it!
So good.
Alright, wait for Andy to get back. That's actually perfect timing because I want to get another drink as well. I'll bring
Yeah,
everything
I think
back.
I'm gonna go get some food. For sure.
Take a quick fiver.
Yeah,
Oh, Gigi or Pink, you made it.
I did! Huddle up. As we
Yay.
approach peak, temperature begins dropping dramatically. Seeking constant cover is a must, and getting caught out in the open when the wind is strong predestines us. Huddling with your friends, shared body heat might save you from an icy grave. That's funny. Okay.
This
We
was
need to
awesome.
Yeah?
snuggle
Oh, you're
all
hopping
naked.
out? Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna probably get out of here. But I had a lot of fun doing
Good,
this.
I'm
We should do this
glad.
again.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh, you're
bring...
leaving? I thought you were
Yeah,
getting
I
food.
gotta leave.
Yeah, he's gotta go get food.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks for playing, driver.
No problem.
Alright,
Oh, look,
before
I
we
got
light the
yeeted.
fire...
Oh wait, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we
Yeah.
go. Here we go.
Are you jumping
Hey.
off? Okay, goodbye.
Yep.
You could have just left the game, but you know.
Ya goob.
Alright, let's take a quick little fiber. Don't light the campfire, because that's what starts the next level.
Okay.
Okay.
BRB.
Oh, can't light the fire with driver missing, as he gets. Oh, never mind.
We're BRB.
Okay.
Bye. Thanks for playing with me, everybody. Thanks for inviting me,
Driver.
Pinxel. Oh, she's gone anyway. Okay. See ya.
Bye.
Don't think Gigi's back yet. I was like, what's Andy talking about? And then I realized one of Gigi's clips. Wait, did you have a backpack? I hope you did. Hmm. Died. Doesn't matter because he died. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Their eyes follow you.
They do, yeah.
That's so weird. That's very creepy. That's a very creepy thing to add.
My favorite mechanic that follows you around like that is the one from Repo.
I own Repo, but I've never played it.
Because apparently your little character looks at whoever's talking.
Oh yeah? That's
and
cool.
It kind of sometimes makes some funny moments.
Why is there no fruit on the base?
Because Gigi and I probably ate it all.
Oh.
From when we were resurrected.
Ah. Oh no, does anyone have a ping pong?
No, I had him, but I lost him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Yay! Yay!
Whee!
Sorry, I made myself a snake.
Come get your marshmallow. Gigi.
Marshmallow. All right, the mesa. Oh, this is the new one.
Yeah.
Mesa.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear a joke? I would love to hear a joke, Andy.
Oh.
That's
Tell
it.
me your joke.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like,
Oh.
I don't have a joke.
I need to be more specific. Maybe this way?
So this is the brand new one that just came out.
Right, so all I know about this one is that sun is bad, you're gonna get burned in sun, and there's tornadoes.
Oh.
So stay in the shade as much as you can.
Okay, I know something about this one that I just saw on TikTok today.
On TikTok?
I don't know if you want me to tell you or not.
Is it the pit?
Yeah, there's like
Oh no!
like sandworms or whatever.
Okay. I fell and I lost just a little bit of health. but
Oh
it's
my
okay.
god, there's mirages.
Yes, there is.
Ugh.
Okay,
That's bullshit.
that's bullshit.
Okay.
Very, very good when it's bad, it's better than nothing. You know what? That's fair. That is a good coding joke.
When it's good, it's very good. And when it's bad, it's better than nothing. Yeah. You know, you get it to work, and then you go from there.
Okay.
Oh, another rope. Yay. Just what we needed. Can we eat the fruit off the cacti?
I don't know.
Gold
Cactus?
prickleberry.
Seems sus.
Mm.
Should I try it?
Good, right? I mean,
There are so many phallic cactuses.
Well, it gave me food, but I need somebody to pull out the thorns from my body.
Okay, I'll
where?
pull them
Come here.
out
I'm
of
behind you.
my-
Where are you? Where? Oh, thorn remove.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So the golden prickleberry is fine. It's just you get a thorn stuck
get
in you somewhere.
stabbed. That tumbleweed was moving. Yeah, places to be. What's in here? It looks like a doorway.
Is there
Just
anything in there?
cactuses. You can get a tick stuck to you, but why?
Yeah, that's in the forest, I think, is where that happens.
Yeah. This
gonna
one I
say-
think is the little like sand worm thingies in the holes.
Yeah, and the thorns.
Yeah.
Pink, how much extra energy do you have?
Good bit.
Oh, tornado! Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Don't hurt me. I put a little bit too much of my fake sugar in my snack, and it's not great.
Uh-oh.
The
They're not
sun's
bad.
coming up. The sun's coming up, so we'll have to start being careful.
It moves too, doesn't it? Yep, okay, shit.
Oh, Gigi's just yeeting herself off of the cliff.
I wasn't trying to, but I did. Anyone got a health kit?
Oh my god, Gigi.
What?
I look over at your stream and you have like no stamina. Here, come here.
I don't know where you are.
Right behind you.
Hi. Well, I have extra stamina.
That's for you, because you decided to yeet yourself off of the canyon.
It was
Hey,
an
we're not-
accident.
We don't need to go all the way down. We just need to find a way across.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I guess just don't fucking jump. That's fine.
I'm just gonna eat my snack. The sun's coming. Ooh, there's a little gap here.
So I think maybe like right down here.
Ooh,
Come
there's a
down here.
chest. I can get it.
If it's actually real.
There's another way to find out. How do I get there, though?
What?
Don't worry, I have extra stamina. But there might be food in that chest. Or a first aid kit or something.
Pink has food.
Oh, I have starved. Help. Help.
I don't have any food, but Pink will have to help you.
Hmm.
I'll just chill here for a little bit.
I see you.
Hi.
I only see Andy
Where are you, Pink?
right above you. I'm right
Gigi
next to
is-
you. Oh, I
Gigi
see her.
is down
Okay.
there.
Oh,
I
jeez.
have half
I'll poke your
I have
butt.
half a more bar. Just keep touching my butt.
Wait, how did I just get that achievement? I didn't do that.
What achievement?
I said shoot across the mesa in a cannon.
Oh. We love bugs.
I definitely didn't do that, so cool. Right, is she
Uh-oh.
still further? Is she?
I'm about to die.
No, I don't see you anymore. Are you over here?
No. She's across the way.
Yeah.
You might as well
Shit.
just come back.
I am
Oh,
dead.
I just saw her. Okay.
So I think there's like barely a gap like right here on the other side of this sun. So we can either run through the sunshine and hope that there's something over there that's shady.
There was a box. I was so close to it. There could have been food in that box.
Hmm. Looks like we can just go here, up there.
Yeah, that's where I was looking. Do you
Yeah.
want to go try to get this box that Gigi was trying to get?
What box?
Down here.
Oh gosh, no. I don't think it's smart to go further down.
Okay.
No.
So, yeah, like, I saw where you were pointing. We can go across that way
Mm.
and over and hope that there's some shade.
Well, there's a tornado, so
I don't think it'll come down here.
You guys, I'm really good at this game.
you're great for moral support, though. So you're doing fine.
I bring content.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Did you almost die?
I did.
Don't. That's my job. Gamer. Yeah, these guys are gamers. I'm
Okay,
just eating
so
my snack.
God, that is so far up.
I know.
Oh, holy
Okay,
shit, there's so much to climb.
Oh yeah.
The sun's going down, so we're... Oh, chest. Please be real. Please be real.
I know. I'm begging you.
It's It's not a crazy color.
Yay!
Yay, it's real.
A lollipop and sports drink.
Alright, I need to eat.
Lollipop.
Alright. Ooh. Up this thing, do you think?
Hold on, I'm not paying attention. Up where?
This one?
Yeah. Oh, here's another chest.
It's not disappearing yet.
Yep.
No, it's disappeared.
God
Yep.
damn it.
Fake. It's not real.
Any
There's one
prickleberries
over
or
there,
anything?
too.
Over where?
Right here.
Oh.
Lollipop, oh, lolly, 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 lollipop. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know if I can get up there.
No, I
Well,
think
maybe
right here. Oop, maybe.
A magic bean. Ow.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Oh, you're using all of your stamina?
No, no, pick it back up, pick it back up. No, I didn't want to put it down, you asshole.
Well,
Asshole. You didn't get impaled this time, Andy.
that's true.
What am I feasting on? It is Greek yogurt and a little
Do you have any
bit
food?
of
Mm-mm.
pudding.
What's this thing up here?
Like peppers. Oh, actually, that made a shortcut to where I thought we should go. There we go. Look at that.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I was like, oh, well, it's not all is lost. Uh, uh, okay.
No!
Well,
Wait, did you fall? No.
yeah. I
This is a double
did. Oh, shelf shroom. Do you want a shelf
What?
shroom?
Oh no, did you die?
No. I caught it in
What
time,
is-
but there's a fucking dynamite up there.
That looks like pancakes.
The shelf shroom.
So that's
oh,
what
I
that
got...
is. It's not fucking peppers, it's dynamite.
Oh. I passed out.
Oh
Okay,
no,
that both of them
Andy.
go off. Oh no, there's so many up here. Cactus. Oh, wait. What is that? Oh, it only hurts me while it's in my hands? Weird. Okay.
We believe in you. You got this. Oh no, the sun is here.
I know.
Getting shivved by the cacti. Uh-huh. You're really close to shade.
Oh, there's like... it looks like there's a cave over here. I can't quite tell.
I think there's a
the
chest over there too.
The little sun patch ahead of you is not that far, so you can make it to shade really quickly.
Oh, okay. There's more of those TNTs. Oh wait, can I throw these? Oh wait, hold on. pick that, throw that over here. Oh, I missed. Trying to set that shit off. No, come back.
Oh, there's a scorpion. Careful.
Oh, I see it.
A scorpion? Oh no.
Can they set the things off? Just like...
Whoa.
Jesus.
Is it dead? Yeah, I think it's
That
dead.
was excessive.
I think it's dead. Throw it away! No, throw it! Oh, I can't drop it. You have to literally throw it. That's funny. Okay.
Oh, that's in a chest. Those are dynamites over there.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Damn. Okay. Ooh, that's a cave, though. How do I get up there?
But yes, Andy, this is a healthy snack,
This one
technically.
off. Set the other one off, hopefully.
God.
Well, there's two, and I'm trying to set both off.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get the
It's
second
just
one.
not subtle.
Unfortunate. Run away!
Run away!
Okay.
Hell yeah. That was really badass. You walked away from an explosion.
I know, I didn't look back. It was crazy.
All it was missing was slow motion, but you can't just put that in the game.
Ooh, what this? Yeah. Oh,
Ooh.
wait, I can't get this chest? Hey, that's a trick. You poisoned me. I'm stuck.
Oh no. Oh no.
I can't get that chest. Oh, this is a debate. There's literally nothing in here. It's hard to get out.
You-
Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, wait, I can remove my own thorn. I'm a gamer.
Oh hell yeah. Look at you go.
Oh no, I can only get that one.
Field medicine.
Oh, wait. Let me get my own thorn. Yeah, get it. Now! I'm prickled.
We're just sticking out of your shins.
I know. Trying to like... There we go.
Did you get a good angle to remove
Yeah,
them?
I'm trying to like put myself against the wall.
It looks very silly.
Sure it does. Oh, come on. You're like getting so close to the circle. Through the circle. Alright. It's gonna have to do, because I can't get the other ones. They're too far. I don't know where to go.
I think just keep climbing up through. Oh, there's two chests right above you, Pink.
Okay.
They haven't just there's
Ooh,
dynamite.
nice. There's a
right next to
dynamite,
them,
yep.
though.
Alright. There's two dynamites, so this is gonna be
Yeah.
rough.
You can only set off one.
Yeah, but I should activate the other. Hopefully.
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 Nope, still there. Run, Pink! Oh, the thorns went away.
Oh, yay.
That's good. 2 for 1. Oh my gosh, Pink, you're freaking rich.
Okay. Bandages, I will
Bandage.
use.
But
Bandages.
gosh.
Oh, a portable stove. Put that down. Put this.
Mm.
Eat this. Okay. That. Okay. Let's see.
Clutch.
You have so much energy. Oh my goodness.
Energy.
Energy. Anarchy. be a way up the way that you're going right now? Because there's this.
Maybe
It's all
that
under.
way. Yeah, this is all underground too.
Right behind you, Pink, I think is where you want to go.
What?
To your left.
Like jump up onto that boulder.
This one right in front of me?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know why you would listen to anything that I say. I can't play this game.
And then stop, and then right behind you, go up.
This way?
There's a hole. There's a hole right there. Yeah.
This way?
Yes. Kind of follow your smoke from your campfire up. So as I was crocheting my project last night, I'm using a pretty small crochet hook, and it pokes me in this one spot on my finger, and it hurts after a while, so I had to get a thimble.
Nice.
And it just got here.
Thimble.
I got a thimble.
Timbo.
Feel like an old lady. Feel like old lady now.
Alright, now,
No.
do I go this way or do I go this way?
I think it all loops back around in on itself.
Let's go.
I personally would go to the left, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys just hear Suki? She was crying behind me.
Oh, baby.
I shouldn't say crying, it's more of a pay attention to me.
Mother.
How's Ellie? Pink.
Sleeping finally.
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 Ellie.
Ellie.
Ellie. Ellie.
Oh, there's some prickleberries on top of that cactus if you want to
Yeah.
dare.
I know, I'm looking. I'm not that hungry that I'm like, "Ew, is this worth it?"
Mother, I am here. Exactly. You have question? What's your question?
Ow, it hurt me.
Yeah, you got. They're stuck to your face.
Oh.
I don't know where to go.
How is Ren Fair Rock? It's just chilling right here. Just right there. Just having a good time.
Let's not go that way.
Leap
There's a
over the
little
cat.
hole there. Where does that go?
That looks like a good way.
Did I get a stand and stuff? No, it hasn't shown up yet. But they said they were gonna wait until after Ren Fair, and it just ended last weekend. So, I'm not concerned yet. If nothing has shown up by the time I get back from my vacation, then I will be a concern.
Well,
What's that?
thought I was wondering if it would just somehow give me the extra health from the prickles back, but maybe it's not.
At the edge of the map?
Yeah. That sucks, because I was hoping that would be a way. Okay.
It looks like if you go off to the right, you can go up. Oh, that's where you just were.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think I see a way. Go back up to that where you were. Turn around. You see up there? Kind of up.
Here?
No. To your right a little bit, like right there. Right there.
Like here? Here?
I can't see if you point anywhere.
Oh,
It doesn't
shoot.
ping in ghost mode. I mean, I guess I can pull up your stream.
You might just have to start over because I don't know what to do here.
Oh yeah, if you go up and then to the left, there's another hole there.
Okay, I got multi-stream up too, so.
So if you turn around and look to the left, there's a
There.
spot there. Yeah.
Do have a rope gun, but
Send!
I don't think I can full send. I really don't think I'd make that even if I full send it and jumped it.
You can make it like a little bit and climb over.
No, I don't think. I think I would actually fall down. Honestly, I don't think I'll make that. Respect. Alright, let's try this. Are you a spot? Oh, okay, you're a spot. Right.
Oh wow.
Just on your little tippy toes.
Yeah,
GG
some
being
of them are
deceased for 3
deceivable.
because of full sending. Encouraging other people to full send. I am an influence. I am a bad influence, and I have accepted it. I know my role. My role is to fall off of things. And I've performed admirably. I don't... No, there's... Oh, no.
Why are you sliding off everything suddenly, girly? Chill.
Yeah, I don't see a hole there.
No, that doesn't keep going up there.
It doesn't look like it. But you might be able to this farther down, because see there's a platform here where the sun is. I wonder if there's more that way. So I think if you go down, and it looks like that goes around through that little gap there.
Okay. I see the sun there. Oh wait,
Digest.
get my stamina
must-
back.
You must sleep. Okay, Andy.
Sleepies.
Thanks for hanging out. Get you a sleep. Sleepy deebies. Ooh, look at you go.
It's where I saw
Let
the
me give
sun.
you...
I saw the sun, and now I don't know if this is where it was or not. No, it's right there. Okay. I saw the sun.
And it opened up my eyes, and I am happy now.
Okay,
Live
this
without
doesn't
you.
go anywhere. Let's see.
Oh.
Come on, just give me my stamina back. No.
That was definitely a visual of your little guy. I saw the sun and it closed my eyes. Uh-huh. Cause I forgot my sunglasses. And now I am blind. I believe.
There's sun up here. There's sun at the top of this hole.
Climate's where the sun does shine. Can you perch
I
there?
think Bonto wants dinner. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, you should be able to climb through there. Nice, nice, nice.
Oh my god, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, literally and figuratively.
There's a chest off to the
I
right
see
there.
it. Ugh.
There's also a dynamite, which we
I
should
know.
probably might have food in it.
I know, that's what I'm going for it.
It's got balloon. And more rope. Amazing.
Come on, squeeze in there. There we go.
That's what she said.
Lol. Diamondite.
Dynamite.
Diamondite.
There's a bunch of them. And then there's another chest at the end of this little row.
Did set it off. Nice. Ooh, that one I did though. Go over here.
It exploded right where Andy's ghost was.
What?
Oh no, 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 run
That's
away!
a debate.
That's some bullshit. Did it explode the other item that was in there?
I don't know. Incinerated chain launcher.
Rude.
Cool. So I can't use it at all? No, you can just throw it. That's stupid.
I didn't like that.
Should have grabbed the other item with the timer, but it was not. It was too risky.
Too concerned about exploding. You're so close, Pink.
I know.
You can make that jump. You can make that jump. Especially with the balloon.
Baboon.
I think that's why I keep making bad choices. Is I got the balloon so early in this game. I was like, this is how far I can jump all of the time.
All the time? Yeah.
No, it's not. It's
No.
not how far I can jump all of the time.
That is correct.
What's that on the wall?
I know,
There's
I'm gonna go
something-
see. I have hunger, so. Oh, it's one of the remedy ones, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Ah! It's okay, it'll heal me. It scared me though, because it fell.
Oh, I've been dead for like 45 minutes.
I'm so close though.
No, you're good. I wasn't complaining. I was not complaining at all. I was just making an observation. I think it's hilarious. Pink's out here absolutely
Do I
crushing it.
have anything for hunger? Of course not. The bugle
No,
though,
but if you're
don't
so
worry.
close, we're gonna get.
I know, but I'm hoping that I don't have like a big climb that I'm not gonna have.
I don't think
stamina
so.
for.
I'm pretty sure you're like right there. Yeah, I see the
Nice.
statue.
Yep. Ugh.
And the sun. The sun is also here.
Will the sun hurt me here though?
I don't know.
Like at the base camp? That's not nice. Alright, is Andy back? Is Andy ready?
I don't think so.
Oh, hello. Oh, gosh.
Hello, I did it!
Yay! You did it!
I did it!
I'm alive! I have lost so much of my health bar due to dying all the time. Oh, the first aid kit.
Yeah, somebody
That's
pick up the
useful.
first aid kit, put it in the new backpack.
Oh, that's a new book back?
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, it didn't. Hold on.
You're gonna lose your cure-all.
It's okay. I picked up the umbrella instead.
Oh.
I feel like the parasol will be important.
Yeah, there's only 2 marshmallows right now.
Wait, why? No, I picked mine up.
I picked
So-
mine up.
Is there only
Yeah,
is there another one?
There's only 2. There's only 2 because it gets harder and harder.
Oh, I see, I see.
It's a
Alright, light it up.
It's a progression.
Yeah.
Caldera. I like how I still get I still get credit for the climb,
I'm stacking.
even though oh no.
Get the
Wait, let me heal.
prickles.
Let me
Yeah,
remove your
thanks.
thorns, so you don't have to press yourself against
the wall.
Oh
Hey,
my
it
God, you have
worked,
so
right?
many still on you.
I know. Literally.
Is that all of them?
Need to get mine.
You pricked. Oh no.
Thank you.
Volcano. Oh, this seems like exactly the kind of place where I will thrive. Let's go!
All right. Caldera.
I've heard this is actually one of the easiest ones.
Oh, really?
good.
Even though it's lava. Oh, it's lava. That's great.
It's lava.
Yeah. So the lava ebbs and wanes.
Hmm?
So the closer you get to the lava, it can burn you. So a lot of people wait until the lava goes down to start crossing things.
See. I see, I see.
Down here is a little bit of a better climb down, off to the left.
Oh, whoops.
Did you full send?
No, but we both went to the right.
Oh.
It's fine.
Oh. I just... Yeah,
Did you
Bato was...
just full send?
No. But I did fall. Yeah, Bato was hungry. He wanted dinner.
Didn't.
Din-dins.
Cool lava. This is rad.
Okay, I see you guys.
I see me.
What?
What do you think?
That's a very big it's a very big fall there.
Did you die?
Mm-mm. I caught myself, but it is super steep over here.
Yeah. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no.
Gigi, I just see you at the edge, like, oh my god.
Well, I'm doing great. Oh, the lava's coming up right now.
I'm right behind you guys now.
Laba.
Hello.
Hello.
Lava.
Laba.
Lava.
Let's scope out.
I feel like we could land here. Or... Oh, it's going down now.
I think maybe we should go, like, over here to the right, where all these shorter rocks are.
Okay.
Okay. Lead the way then.
Because these tall spires always seem to get in the way. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Do, 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 do.
I don't know where you are. It's fine. Oh, hello! I found you.
Where are you?
I'm over here.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I had already jumped down when you said we were gonna go to the right, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, I mean, at least you're still close.
It's coming for me.
Pink, I'll need your help.
Oh, it's
Pink.
hot. It is hot.
Okay.
It is hot. It's hot. I'm getting burned.
Thank you.
No,
Okay.
I made a mistake.
We're fast. We can get across this right now.
I got a lot. I got burnt in that last stint, so. Are you okay, Gigi?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the burn to go away. Because I have a lot. I'm at a severe disadvantage with the
I
amount
have
of-
severe third-degree burns.
Well, the amount of times that I've died is not good for the amount of health that I have. It has definitely cut into
To wait for the
into
lava
my
now.
health bar. Hi.
Hi.
I'm one rock behind you guys.
We see ya.
Okay. It's going down.
I'm yelling timber.
You better move. You better dance.
In the night.
Meh, meh, meh.
I'll be the one. Oh no. This is bad. I'm burning.
You just kind of gotta full send it.
I did.
Gotta wait for my
I will
burn.
remain one rock behind you guys forever. Do you guys have food?
I have a cooked prickleberry. And oh, I'm
Uh-oh.
burning.
Yeah, we're
I got
taking...
two.
Too
Go
close to the
down.
lava where- Oh no. Oh no.
No, this might be it, folks. No.
Oh, they're burning.
Well, we might be able to come back if it goes down. Oh, the burn bar is my entire length of the screen.
Mhm.
Oh, wow, that's excessive.
Well, we might be able to come back if the burn goes down.
We are very slowly sliding, though.
We sure are.
Um,
Pick up one of us and move us back to the middle of the rock.
how do I put you down?
Or at least take us over to the next highest rock.
Nope.
Oh no, we're burning.
Yep.
It's over, folks.
What if I... Sorry.
Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
I made a choice.
Well, it's a good. You know what?
Listen, it could have worked.
It could have worked.
I mean, it
Choices were
didn't.
made.
Okay, listen. This graph
Wow,
is
look
mean.
at all that pink all by herself there.
This graph is cruel. I got a new hat. I didn't like that graph. That graph is mean. Judgmental.
Well, we made it pretty
Oh
far.
oh my god. We are all shoved in this elevator.
Over here, hot stepping.
Ah.
That was a good run, guys.
Yeah, we did good.
Gigi, you were the best. You performed. You
Thanks.
outperformed everybody.
I know. I'm so good at this game, you guys. I'm fully skilled.
I changed hat.
Hat
Me
too.
too.
New hat to.
It's just the default hat, the default scout hat. I was growing tired of the other one.
I grow weary.
Fucking balloons, man.
Balloons. Oh. Amazing. A balloon bunch. Hell yeah.
I got an achievement.
What did you get?
Cook 20 meals at campfires.
Wow.
Ugh. Sure, day one.
Sure.
Here, wait. Is this 100 meters?
Somebody get a bing bong.
I get the bing bong.
Got the
Put
bing
in
bong.
backpack.
Put in backpack.
Put in
Okay,
back.
okay. Wait, bing bong. Backpack. Bing
I'm gonna
pack.
throw the frisbee at you.
It has to be 100. Okay, ready? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah,
Go back.
you're in the water.
I'm in the plane.
Oh, apparently not.
No,
Okay.
not far enough.
Oh, okay.
I think that's high enough.
Yeah. Oh, ding.
That's full. That's full sand. That's crazy. No, too high. Oh no, go! Frisbee!
Just you going out into the sea.
Oh, I thought
Did
I
you
saw
find
it.
it?
No, I thought I saw
No.
it, but I didn't.
Oh, frisbee.
Frisbee!
Why? Frisbee.
Frisbee!
The frisbee.
Gone
Anyway.
too soon.
And he's like, shut the fuck up. But
Even Ellie woke up like, what the hell?
Shut up. Wow, it's so
Suki.
nice to not have part of my health bar be reduced due to death.
I currently have half of my monitor covered by cat butt.
You don't need the other half.
Coconut.
Break it open and eat it.
I'm gonna. Didn't work.
You have to really chuck it at something.
Is it better if I cook it, or is it fine the way it is?
It's better if you cook it.
Oh, these coconuts.
Suki,
are
stop.
Yeah, they are.
heavy.
Those knackers.
I got-
Coconut.
2 granola bars and some trail mix, and I cooked them.
Hell yeah.
So
But you can cook the trail mix?
you can cook the granola bars too. They're pretty good when you cook them. You can cook bing bong.
That's
Big
crazy.
bug! My friends
That's
abandoned.
crazy.
I have no friends. They abandoned me.
Where are you?
I went to go cook my coconut.
Oh my gosh.
You went
You
back.
told me to cook the coconut.
You asked if it was okay if you could cook the coconut.
You said it was better
No,
if it
you
was
yeah,
cooked.
she didn't even ask if it was okay. She just said, "Is it better?"
I have cannon
Canon.
to yeet.
Get yeeted. Oh shit. Are you just throwing shit at me?
No, I'm just throwing them down to break them. Don't flatter yourself, Gigi.
Me throw things at you.
Couldn't be bothered.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Not all about you.
Sometimes it is though.
But this time it's not. I like
It
your
could've
little
been.
hunting hat. It protects
Thank
it protects your
you.
neck from the sun.
Uh-huh. It'll be really useful. Did
Are
you
you
just
okay?
explode yourself?
Yeah, I launched myself. It didn't take me very far.
I got bandage.
A bandage.
Bandage.
Ouch.
Thanks for hanging, guys.
Yeah.
hanging with my silly friends.
Piton.
A piton?
Two piton.
I love the piton. Cluster
I can't-
shroom.
I can't
Are
carry
those
them
good or
though,
bad?
so can somebody come carry?
Where
Yeah,
are
hold
you?
on. I'm coming.
I'm over here.
Are you up?
No, I'm off to the side.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah, down here.
Those ones?
Yeah.
I don't have any space. Oh, thanks.
I hope it's not poisonous because I just fed it to you.
I wasn't hungry, but thanks.
Do you have space, Pink?
Yeah.
Ow.
Piton. Piton.
Piton.
Piton. I'm French, piton.
And French. Piton.
I'm French.
Oh.
Oh, la poisson Steve.
Hi.
Make sure you play hot cross buns. Oh.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Oh.
sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm just practicing. I'm just practicing.
You're doing so good. It's not real. It's just practice. Oh no. Eh. Can I make it? No! No!
No, what? No, what? No! Oh, what happened?
I fell down.
I know, but how? How'd you get wedged?
I ran out of stamina.
Gosh.
I'm good. I'm good. I bounced down, so I.
My stomach
didn't
started to eat.
die.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't die.
I need stamina. Maybe if I didn't sprint everywhere all of the time.
Oh, yeah, that probably would help.
Listen,
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm impatient.
Come here, Gigi.
What?
Wah.
What?
Over here.
What? Hi.
Oh, I dropped it.
Oh.
Oh, there's a chest down here. Hold on, I'll go get. Even though I can't hold anything. Okay, Gigi, come get some food.
Okay. Ow.
Oh, no.
Full send.
It is, Wolfie.
What'd you get?
Lemon.
Ew.
Lemon.
Lemen.
Lol. Men. Derogatory.
Lol. Men. Derogatory. Are you having jaw problems, Nikki?
Sleeping myself the joint in my jaw.
Oh,
First minute.
no.
Yeah, she has. What is it? J?
Oh, lock.
PMJ.
TMJ?
TMJ?
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I couldn't
I have
remember the
the same
letters.
thing.
Lord
I have the
Shore?
same thing. It sucks. Lockjaw.
Okay, why did we just decide to not jump again? I love when that happens.
Who needs a space bar?
Me? I type a lot. I need to discern the difference between words.
Nah.
Yeet. Maybe I'll make it through this one without dying.
Gigi, if you can come to me. Where are you?
I'm up here.
Are you
I
above me?
Maybe.
I see Andy. I don't see Gigi.
I don't see anyone. As per usual.
It doesn't happen after 8 weeks. They'll have to do open surgery. Yikes.
I don't like that. Oh, good. They got bandaged.
Okay. I was gonna bandage you, but if you found some. Good.
Yeah. I don't know where my friends are, you guys.
Is that Kermit the Frog?
Maybe. Is that Owen Wilson as a child?
Wow.
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 Wow. Oh, more bandage. Ooh, or a chain launcher.
Chain launchers are good.
It's everyone.
The sliding slowly down the slopes is really rude, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeet.
What's a piton?
A piton.
Piton!
Somebody already put it
Yeah.
in the wall.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah. I pitoned.
Oh, look, this is where I died last time.
And that's where I died.
This is where I died the first time, and this is where I died the second time.
We're getting close to the edge of the map, Pink.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Sometimes I just look up and I see Pink's little waddling witch hat.
Yeet. Up climbing. Up climbing.
JHC. Permanent displaced and deformed and osteoarthritis. Damn.
That's a lot of things.
Especially like in your mouth too. Damn.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm climbing.
Climbing.
I'm
Climbing.
climbing up this wall.
Let's see the smoke. It's gotta be. Oh, there it
I
is.
see
Okay.
it. Man, this is so much easier when I don't have all of my stamina gone because I have hunger
And death.
Be-
And injury.
death.
And
and poison and and I've taken up all of my inventory slots with a bugle and
What do you mean?
Such beautiful music.
I did it. I did it.
You did it. I see you. You made it before
I can't-
any of us. We don't do that
Mhm.
until we all get up here. Good job. You did it all by yourself this time.
I didn't die!
Okay, touch the statue, see what we get, because we all lived. Oh, the scout effigy. I think that's a free res.
Yay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That is free res.
I'm gonna keep it. Or do you need to use it on somebody else?
No. Keep it until
You
later.
have to. So if you hold it and you die, somebody has to come find your body to get it to resurrect you, because you can't use it while you're dead.
Wait, where did it go?
Oh my God, GG.
But where did it go?
Did you just use it?
No? I just swapped to another item and it disappeared. All I did was swap. I didn't use. I
don't know.
promise.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, that's
Can somebody
dumb.
take this backpack? It has heals in it.
On it, Gigi? Want to carry it?
I think it's probably best if somebody else carries it, and then they can use the heals on me when I inevitably die.
Oh my gosh, you can do it.
No.
Yes.
Where did it go?
I really don't know.
I can always go look back at a clip. Let's see if I can clip Gigi's stream and see where it goes.
It's just like...
That's why I'm wondering, like, if she accidentally, like, not that I'm sure you did it on purpose. Used it.
I don't know how I'd use it without clicking the button to use
Yeah.
it, though. I was like, well, I don't want to just carry it in my hand, so I just switched to one of the other things that I was holding. And then it disappeared. Do you mind if I do another BRB? I made food during the last one and I didn't actually, like,
Oh, yeah, that's all good.
get the other thing. Okay, real quick, I'll BRB. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see where it went. Okay, she's holding it. She drops it to pick up the chain launcher, and it glitches through the pedestal. Maybe. I think she dropped it, like, here.
Now we're gonna do the tropics now without all the stuff I picked up. I had all the pitons. The pitons.
Yeah, so that the effigy is like in this corner right here. And I couldn't do anything about it.
That's really unfortunate. Unfortunate. You just like fell from the sky. It was kind of...
Okay. Freshwater acquired. Have you been throwing coconuts at me? Ow.
Yeah.
I fell down. 3-5 morale boost from campfires.
A campfires.
Did we find the effigy?
No, we watched a
No.
stream and we know where it is. It's glitched.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You
I'm on
dropped
fire.
it. You dropped it to switch to the chain launcher, and it glitched through like this corner.
Ugh. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay.
It's
It's not
o-
your fault.
It's okay.
Are we going on an adventure?
We're going on an adventure.
An adventure.
She got a mouse at some point and you didn't notice? Uh-oh.
Who did?
A
cat?
Mickey's cat, yeah.
Do na.
A nar.
Nar nar.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I
An
guess I fall.
assassin.
Here, let me do the ancient chest, because I have damage already, and then I'll just take something from Pink's backpack.
Oh, yeah.
What does that heal damage? Oh, no, it
Fairy
doesn't.
lantern! Oh my gosh. Okay.
Do we have fairies now?
No, it heals you.
Oh.
I think
Oh
it
my
heals. I think it heals everything. So if you're poisoned, it heals poison. If you're fire damage, yeah,
Nice.
it does everything. Anti. I'm gonna take this antidote because we're gonna get poisoned in here. Let's just face it.
Who, me? I've never been poisoned a day in my life.
I didn't say you.
You said we. I'm part of we.
That's true. The royal we.
We.
Wee.
Oh, I don't have stamina for this.
Are you going for that chest over there, Pink?
Yeah.
No, not the rain.
What,
Anything
the
but-
rain?
Not the rain, Ron. Anything but the rain.
No, oh no! It was quite good, though. Right, Grace?
Hello, Grace.
Hello, Grace.
Hello.
I forgot to grab onto things. Bing.
I forgot how to use my hands.
Bees. Saw the bees.
Oh, hey! You have balloons!
I do. Where are you?
Over here. Turn around.
Turn around,
Hi.
Every now and
brother.
then I go a little bit closer and you never come around.
Mm.
Turn
Uh-oh.
around, uh-oh, what?
I almost fell to my death, but it's fine. This tree saved me. We're good.
Every now and then I fall apart.
Hey.
And I need you now tonight. How much
Okay.
do those vines do? Well, I missed.
Oh my gosh, Pink's balloons are glitched in the rock.
No.
Oh no! That was funny.
It was, yes, Grace, that is correct. It definitely was a lot.
No, no, no,
Andy,
no, no. Okay.
No.
No, 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 no. Oh,
Did you die?
yeah.
Oh, are you like dead or
I might be able to come back if my poison goes down.
do you have healing on you?
No. But I have an antidote.
I have
Which
healing.
might-
Is it in your
Oh my
Right.
gosh.
Down, I guess.
Where are you? Where are you?
I fell way down.
Oh no.
Oh, you sure did. Jeez, where are you? Oh no.
Where did Bing Bong go? Oh, it was in my Bing Bong's in my backpack. I think.
Yeah, he should be.
I might die before my poison goes down. Yeah. I fell.
Wait, I
Oh,
see you.
hi. Hi.
Hi,
Pick me up. Oh, never mind.
tits. You're a skeleton.
only we had the
I'm so
effigy.
Pick up Bing Bong. Take Bing Bong for me. Take all that food too, because that food is cooked.
I took
Yeah,
your backpack, so.
there you go. You probably don't need the lantern. Eat the coconut. And the antidote will be good too.
Sorry, I tried to save you.
You're fine.
I like literally just missed saving you.
Yeah, you got to me, and then the last sliver of my give up bar disappeared.
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 Yeet. Okay. Now I need to get out. I apologize for abandoning your skeleton.
No, it's okay. You got all my stuff, which is nice. Oh no!
What?
Pink set off a fart shroom.
No.
Okay, I just wait for my poison. My poisson.
It'll give Gigi time to catch up.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a lot of it.
Steve, look.
No poisson, Steve. Maybe this way?
Oh, the rain.
Don't.
The rain.
I bust the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never.
Holy poison.
I got farted on.
I know, but it is not going down.
Medicinal root?
Can't focus. Oh, that sucks, Wolfie.
Oh, shit.
It is going down.
Just
It's going
slow.
down off
Yeah.
to the right, yeah.
Boreal and timber. You better move.
You better.
You better dance. You like chill right here? Thank you. I'm climbing. I'm climbing. Pink, where are you?
I'm ooh, next to a chest. I'm like to the side of the waterfall. Remember before where you got launched?
Uh-huh.
The waterfall. Over there, kind of ish.
Gigi, I don't think you were here when I told Pink and Driver this, but I ordered DoorDash.
Uh-huh.
And my driver stapled a bag of candy
Uh-huh.
to my order, and it came with stickers. And one of
Hell
them
yeah.
is a cat with sunglasses on. It just says "Be cool."
Amazing.
And so now I'm putting it on my water bottle,
As you should.
where it will
That's
forever
proper
stay.
story. Why did I fall down? I was just standing there.
You slide in the rain.
Yeah, but I was just standing.
Yeah, but you slide in the rain.
No, but I was just standing. I don't think you understand.
No, I'm telling you, the rain makes you slide
No!
when you are standing.
No!
Yes!
Do you like pina coladas? And getting caught in the rain.
And sliding down in the rain. Okay, Grace. Enjoy your sleeps.
Bye, Grace. Gay choir, love it.
Hell yeah.
I love a good gay choir.
Hell
The Narp.
yeah. Gnarp!
There she is.
I found you! And Andy's ghost.
Hello.
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 I was telling Gigi Pink that I got my headset from Amazon
Mm-hmm.
on Wednesday, and I wanted to make sure it worked before today because
Yeah.
it's a $20 headset. You gotta know.
Yeah.
So I plugged it in, and the mic worked, but I couldn't hear any sound. So I was like, it's probably because I have some external speakers hooked up to my PC. And for whatever reason, it wasn't letting me switch over to the other headphone jack that I have on my computer.
Mm-hmm.
So I reached down and I went to go unplug my external speakers, and the jack part got stuck inside the port, the jack. It broke off inside.
No.
And so I called my dad, as one does. And he said get some needle nose pliers and try to pry it out. Well, I just made it worse, shoved it in even more. And of course, you can't get that out without taking out your entire motherboard.
Oh god.
So luckily, when I built the PC, I put 2 headphone jacks in, which is where my headset was plugged into. I just had to get into the deep settings where I could turn off the one in the back that had the stuck jack and turn on the one in the front. And I got it to work, obviously, but man,
That's crazy though.
it was
So I'm
gut-wrenching.
assuming you returned that shit to Amazon.
Oh no, the headset's fine. It was the external speakers, these
the speakers,
Bose,
yeah.
they're just Bose speakers that I got. So they're useless now.
That really sucks though.
What the hell is Gigi doing? Horseman, I'm going on an adventure.
She's
I
getting.
thought you guys found each other.
I see her.
Okay.
She's across from me. I see her. She's in the waterfall.
I'm not in the waterfall anymore.
No, now she's in the tree.
Oh. I fell down.
Hey Pink, there's a chest literally to your left. Around the corner. You don't turn around. Around that corner.
If I could figure out how to get to this vine, then I can climb across and there's 2 chests
over here,
over on this other island.
Bees.
Aggressive.
Another
Okay, give up.
granola bar. Oh, another chest. I got the CPs. It's okay.
There's another chest behind you too. There's 2 more chests. Oh no, that's a vine. But there is a chest back there if you turn around. Go
I
back to where
discovered that
from
if
whence you came.
where the waterfall is, like where the
To your
water
right.
falls,
Yeah.
then it's a problem.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it attacks you.
Mm.
So, you're welcome. For learning.
I feel so knowledgeable.
Yeah, you should. It's because of me. Don't forget.
Oh,
I saw it on the way there and then missed on the way back. My own fault.
I heard honeycomb is really good for you too. If you can get away from the bees, honeycomb is like medicinal and gives you food. Peak bees. Something I
Peak
never
bees.
thought I'd never Google peak bees.
Water. Thank you for the water.
Water.
Hello.
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 Yeah. Yeah, so you need to run away from the bees when you get the honeycomb, and they should leave you alone after a while,
A while.
if you so choose. God, it's hot in this room.
Why am I stuck? There. How are we good? This is the longest I've gone without dying.
I think you could follow. The longest you've gone without dying.
In this game.
That's
I mean, in life, that's constant, but...
Well, I mean, I hope you go a long time without dying.
Thanks, that's so nice.
Thanks.
That's stupid. There's so many chests over there. Wait, where did you go? Oh, ow.
I think I did this last time too, and then I go that way. Maybe.
Hey! Thanks for the resub.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello!
Hello. There's a chest at the top of that tree.
I'll climb it.
Do it. Go do it right now.
I can't. I don't have enough stamina, probably. Oh no! Oh my god. That was crazy. I used so much. I used all of my. Oh, okay. Well, that was stupid. There's a fancy chest over there. Okay. I need to get some food out the backpack.
That was scary.
Oh no.
There's
Ooh.
apples.
You missed the start of the hike? That's okay. This is what, the third?
The third one, I
Attempt?
think. Yeah.
I am
She's
not
doing
good
great.
at this game. I am not good at this game. Don't listen to what Pink just said. It was a lie.
No, she's doing great.
This way instead. Ow! Why did that hurt me? Stupid.
Dave, what's going on? How are you? Welcome in.
Hi, Dave. What's this? Is that a thing? I could try to get it, but I would die. Okay. What the? Stop.
Stop, don't.
Don't do it. We are on baby difficulty.
We made it all the way to
Caldera.
the volcano, Kevin, and then Gigi sacrificed herself trying to save me by jumping directly into the lava.
Uh-huh.
Listen, we were gonna burn to death on the rock anyway. We were gonna burn to death on the rock anyway, and I was like, maybe we can make it to this other rock that we won't burn on. And I missed and hit the lava.
You know, that is true. Your logic is very sound.
Thank you. I'm glad you recognize. Where am I going?
That's what we've been trying to figure out for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, listen. I'm trying
Wait,
to
is
figure
that
out where
you?
you are.
Is that you?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is about to be a problem.
No, where's the plant?
I believe that is a blue banana.
Yeah, it's a plant.
Oh, you saw a banana and thought it was me?
Yeah, you remind me of a banana.
Thanks.
Ding.
Aww. god, Gigi, you remind me of a banana. Slippery and phallic, like.
Wow.
Wow. Can I have the chain launcher.
I don't
I
know
would
if that
save the
works in
chain
this room.
launcher.
Yeah, I don't think that works in this biome.
No, we can't proximity chat because of me. Because I have a 2 PC setups and I don't have a mic on my gaming PC. It's my fault.
Pick ruining it at all.
I know. I'll have to get some cables and split my mic, that's all.
Okay, but where did you go? Where I was right behind you.
I know, that's why I'm so confused, because I'm almost at the top and I turned around, I'm like, where'd she go?
I got stuck, and now I can't figure out where you went. Hi.
Hello.
I was here. And you were
Yeah,
here.
Andy, help her.
I'm not in a crazy place, I promise.
She's... I don't know where the hell she is.
Look, I'm right here.
Alright, hold on, I'm gonna try to look.
She was there, and there was
She's-
that's where the suitcases were.
Yeah.
Go over there.
Yeah,
To your
keep
right.
going.
Go to your right. Go up. Go to your right.
I did, and then I couldn't go any farther. I got trapped.
Well, you didn't try hard enough.
Oh my god.
Right, yeah, go up, yeah. No.
It was here. Oh my god. And now
Oh,
I
you
don't
don't-
have stamina.
Hi, driver. You missed
What's
it,
in
we
your
made it to the
backpack?
volcano.
You got Bing Bong and something in your backpack.
Trail mix.
Eat that trail mix. Oh my god. No, maybe wait for the rain. I don't know. It's up to you.
I'm gonna. Ow! What? Fucking. Driver, we made it to the caldera, and then I.
Oh,
burned
I'm getting
us all
scout
in
mastered.
lava.
Kevin, you jinxed me.
What's that?
Yeah?
What does that mean?
What's Scoutmastered?
I just saw him. There he is, he's right there.
Oh. I don't like that.
And I don't like
Still
this
don't.
dude haunting us either right here. Wait, can I
God
hide
bless
from him? Is that a thing?
America.
Can you bugle him?
Play hot cross buns.
I don't want to bugle him. That's like a bad idea, isn't it? I'm stuck. I'm like physically stuck. There we go.
Hot cross buns.
That is the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Have you really never seen this before? Yeah, I've gotten him a couple times.
So Gigi, Pink is being chased by a very tall skeleton right now.
Oh, like Slenderman?
Basically.
Joseph Slenderman?
Lunge, 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 Gigi.
Now what? Because I was here, and I was like, I don't know what to do from here.
You can climb upside down up this. Oh, you know what? You know what? You see that little nubbin beside on your side? You
But
have
it's
to.
morning. Why is he still here?
You have to kind of go around that, and you see the cliff off to your left. You have to like jump and climb, and you can probably use your chain launcher to get over there.
This is where I was when I was like, should I use my chain launcher?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead
I
and
was
use
like,
it.
No.
Go ahead and use it.
Like here?
I just told you we got to Caldera. We got to the volcano.
Yeah, as far left as you can. There you go.
Oh.
And then
That's
you
what
can
it does.
vine over.
I thought it was like a rope. I'm not moving.
You're
like, at
stuck.
all.
Try
How do I
going
make
up
him
on the
go
rock.
away?
Try like jumping up on the rock and then jumping down onto the rope. Oh, there you go.
Oh, he doesn't like that. Oh, he doesn't like that at all.
and then there's a spot to stand right there.
No, he threw me.
He yeeted you?
Yeah.
Oh
he
my
threw
gosh.
me.
Okay, okay, okay. Stop raining! Ugh!
There
Oh,
is
God.
there's some apples above you, Gigi.
Yeah. Stupid rain. Stupid rain!
Did the Scoutmaster go away, Pink?
Yeah, after he almost threw me off the mountain.
Oh, Sokka, big stretch.
Little big stretch.
You don't want your cat to be 6.
What?
What was that?
My phone.
Did
Sorry.
I just say, do you want your cat to be sexy?
No, do you want your cat to be sick?
Oh.
It was
Oh,
it was an ad. It was an ad for a water fountain.
I was like, do you want your cat to be sexy? Like, what?
What a weird question. How silly. Okay, that helped a little bit.
What
with
did you
my
have,
hunger.
driver?
Yeah, what food? You had Greek food? Did you get like a hero?
A hero?
Hero? Did you get spanakopita?
Gigi, right there. If you climb up, you'll see Pink.
Hi!
We did it. I
This
just
is
need
the
to not
second
die.
map you've survived.
In a row!
In a row!
I didn't know that was possible. I just see a ghost flying around me.
I'll do it to Pink now.
Okay, how do I get to you though?
Just keep climbing.
Just keep climbing, climbing, climbing.
Climbing,
What
climbing.
do we climb? Oh, 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 I love
And there's no more rain up here, which is
climb.
great.
When you want to climb, you want to. Oh
We'll
my god.
eventually have to have surgery. Oof. That sucks, just like knowing ahead of time.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Horrible.
Gigi!
Hello!
Hello!
did it!
We did it!
Let's
Hey,
go
let's bring
rescue
Andy.
Get yeeted.
Welcome back, Andy.
Hello!
God, that's so violent.
Alright, who doesn't have a Becca? Andy.
I do not.
You get the Becca.
Do you want the one that has what's his butt in it?
What's
I can
his
take
butt?
I can take Bing Bong.
Okay. I feel like that's too much responsibility for me. Well, that's not.
Thank you for taking care of Bing Bong.
Yes.
Bug.
Bing Bong is
Messa.
a
Messa.
large responsibility.
Messa.
What's the deal with Bing Bong?
There's an achievement for getting him all the way to the end.
Oh.
Who didn't eat their marshmallow?
I'm working on it. Okay, this is the one.
Sun
I will
bad.
try not to full send immediately.
God, that is so high up.
I know. It's doable though.
We got Pink to the top, which means that we can get us all to the top.
Do you see, if you come over here, you guys, do you see this little pool of water?
He fell down.
I think that's where the capybaras are.
What?
There's capybaras in this game.
Capybara.
Capybara.
I am already injured. Just a little bit, though. Just a little.
Oh, me too. I might have fallen just a
Oh
little
no.
bit.
Who are you, Gigi?
I love capybara. I know they're so cute.
Capybara.
That's 2 in a
Ca-
row that were not real. Joikes. Capybara. So since you're back, does that mean you're back?
You want to play?
Are you back?
Oh no,
Back?
this isn't a lake. This is a mirage, and I
Oh, no.
believe if you go into that pit, then there's a giant worm that comes and eats you.
Oh.
Don't get eaten. You're not at home.
What?
Kanan. I'm ready.
Hold on,
He
there's
doesn't
a
like you. I
there's a
know. That makes so much sense.
Where'd you go?
hold on. Oh, that's a mirage too.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Everything in my life is a lie.
Everything I thought was good was not real.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
God. Oh my
Pink,
God. Oh
what
my
are you
God.
doing? Oh
I
my god.
What just happened?
Here, let me remove your thorns.
I think I got tackled by a tumbleweed.
That was funny. Your body was flailing everywhere on my screen.
I think I got tackled by a tumbleweed.
You're with your friend Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer.
Get weeded, bitch.
Jennifer.
Get weeded, idiot.
I
Oh my
knew
God,
that
there's
you
so
had
many.
more important.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
There's still more on your head.
I got weeded.
Oh
me.
no.
Help me.
Or are you?
Wait, I can't see
attacked?
them. Oh, there
Oh,
it is.
on your back. On your.
Thank you.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
I literally
Is
said
it?
get. I said get weeded, bitch, and then I got
Then
weeded.
you got weeded. Ooh.
Oh no, more weeds. Stay
No.
away from me. Stay away from me.
Look at the babies.
Oh
Tornado.
my gosh.
Oh, capybaras, no, wait for me. Wait for
Look at his hat. I love him. Hello.
Wait, do you still have a bugle? Do you still have the bugle?
Yeah.
Bugle at him. That's an achievement.
Oh my gosh. Did you all get it?
No, give it to me.
Do it into. Yeah, give it to.
Oh, where'd it go?
I'm sorry. I thought I hit Q. There it is. Sorry.
Okay.
Give. Ow!
Ow,
Ow!
ow,
I'm hot.
ow.
I'm hot.
Hot.
I'm hot. I'm hot. Hot.
Ow!
Hot. Hot.
Here, wait. Like you also have a thorn in your head.
Thank you.
Hurry up, a tornado's coming. Oh my god, show off.
Capybara!
How
Cat.
good,
Capybara with his little hat. There's one that has a. There's. Oh,
Ah! I'm
Excuse
Go
me.
away, tumbleweed.
sometimes there's capybaras with the tangerine on top of their head. Oh,
No, I
burn
ate
it.
the fruit.
Burn.
I ate the fruit that was on
Burn.
his head.
Burn. Burning.
I will never not play hot cross buns when I have the bugle.
Where did you guys go? Oh, up. You went in the thing.
I made a mistake. I made
Yeah.
a mistake.
I can see that. Where's Pink?
In.
Making better choices than me.
I like.
Should
I was
always
like,
play
"Where's?"
hot cross.
I was like, "Where's Pink?" And she's like, "In."
In. Hi.
It's true though. Kevin, I made that discovery accidentally, that of how you change notes. Because I went to Toot Toot at driver, and he was up above me, and I was like, that is way higher than what was playing before. And then I was like, how do I change pitches? And I learned.
And I learned. Hi, Bato. What's up, baby boy?
Doggo.
Oh, ouch.
Did you fall?
I did. Not far, though. I might need a bandage soon. I might just do it now.
Don't tell anyone you learned something. It's not possible for me to learn anything. I am a woman.
I'm a woman. Exactly.
I'm gonna use the bandages in your backpack, Pink.
Oh yeah. Go for it.
Hi!
Hi.
Where did you come from?
I full scent. Listen, I figured out that I could slide down and catch my fall a little bit.
Yes.
A man derogatory would find out.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
That was funny.
I made it. Oh no. Oh no, it's here. It's coming.
What's coming?
The tornado.
No.
The tornado.
Run!
I'm so fast. We're so fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
I am in a good spot. I need to wait for my burn to go down.
Burning.
Do you see my hand?
No.
Oh yeah, you guys are close to me. Hello.
Hello. I also have to wait for my burn. It is very high.
Hello.
Oh. It's
Look
not
at that
like the
tornado.
shadow of the tornado.
It is very menacing, yes.
Menacing. Here, I'll serenade us. What do you want me to play?
The Macarena.
Tequila.
Hey!
Hey, Macarena. Beautiful.
Full send?
I'm kind of thinking full send, but I'm wondering which side to full send. That side, maybe?
Do you see the 2 green cacti that are on the other side of the canyon?
Like those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So I have climbed over to the right, and there's like a little gap that we can jump across.
Full send.
You know where that has? Do you know where that has gotten you?
Bye!
Hello.
Did you follow me?
Where did you end up, Pink?
Down.
Oh.
By a bean. Oh, my bean.
Oh,
My bean that fell turned into a.
sorry. Excuse me?
I said what I said.
Alright.
Where did
I
you
can't
guys
even
go?
see your body. You fell forever.
Full send. Hi.
I'm being haunted.
This is my first step. Yay.
Oh. Happens to us all. Andy, where did you say you were?
I'm on the other side.
Okay.
Um,
I'm on the edge. Can I
Oh,
jump
Andy's by the
through?
big archways.
Ugh. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's not where I meant to be. Okay. 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 Oh shit. That's not what I wanted to do, but that's fine. It worked out. It was okay.
Andy, what's that dark purple?
Hmm?
What's the dark purple on your health bar?
that's the death. When you die, you get a
You
little bit of your
die?
health bar taken
So,
away.
which is why I had such shitty stamina at the end of the last game because I had died so many times. Okay, I made it across. Let's go this way.
Yeah, you need to go. Yeah, keep further up because you're not quite to the archway stuff yet. Almost though.
Oh, I didn't wait for me to have stamina.
The sun's coming up.
I'm
GG.
coming so fast.
Do you have any food in your backpack? You are hungry.
I'm hungry. Do I go this way?
Yeah, and then jump to that one behind you.
Here?
No, you passed it. It's fine. Thought you were
Oh.
trying to hide in the sun from the sun.
I was. I'll just eat under here. I do have food in my backpack. I've got one food in my backpack.
Yeah, you need to eat it. You're so hungry.
I'm hungry.
So hungry.
I'll put the bugle away.
Oh, R.I.P. Bugle.
Just so that I have room for food. And then I can take the bugle back out. I have priorities.
Right.
Oh, this way? No. Uh-oh.
Sun.
Ow. Ow.
Oh.
Um,
I need to find
fall?
food.
Alright, Andy.
Yeah,
let's
just
see.
a little bit.
There's some. The cactus berries right below you.
I don't know where I am.
Yeah, one of the mushrooms.
Cactus berries where?
The cactus right there. Straight cactus right there.
One of those
Oh.
spiritual trips in the desert? Oh, that ... is doing a lot of work there, Kevin. I'm telling Mom! Just kidding. Ooh, can I go this way? Or
Why
is
did
that-
not? Hello? Heal me. Oh, it is.
This might be a bad idea.
You are sideways.
I'm going on an adventure.
I see that.
From the sun. Hi.
Hi. Can I get real close to you? Hi.
Whoa. Hello. Oh no.
Wow.
You just fucking Homer Simpson into that rock.
Beautiful.
That was glorious.
What was that?
Bye.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh boy. I'm hungry and I don't have any food.
Look out for the prickleberries on
She's
top
in
of
a, she's in
cacti.
a hole.
Oh,
I'm in a hole. I'm in a slot canyon waiting
I
for
can
the sun.
appreciate when you're watching in third person as a spectator when they they go completely sideways when they go under rocks. Like Gigi's character has folded in half like 3 times now.
I bet it looked really great that time that I fell into that random little hole the first
Oh my
time we played.
gosh.
I tried so many times to there was like a little like hole and I was like maybe I could squeeze through here. No, but I kept trying.
Gosh.
Okay. Where do I go from here? Where
Oh,
do we
bomb!
go?
Andy, Andy, Andy!
worth it. Okay.
What's going on?
Hear Gigi from Andy's point of view. Scorpion right above your head.
Oh.
Beep.
I want that. I want it. I want the chest.
There's 2 grenades right above you too. You might be able to get the one that's close to the scorpion. 2 TNTs, yeah.
The pitch is gotten a little funky. No.
Damn it.
It
My
bounced
mushroom!
on it. It bounced on it. I don't know why it didn't work.
That wasn't that. The last bit of it was a little funky, but you know what? I don't have accurate pitch locators. Okay. The sun has moved. Where the fuck
Right
am I
above you,
going?
Sue.
I need to go up there.
Just behind you, can see it.
I was trying to hide from the sun, but
Yeah.
apparently.
This is how trombone players find their pitch. I have that one trombone game. I need to play it sometime on stream. I've never played it. I would either do really good at it or really badly at it. Based on all my time playing Guitar Hero.
I'm stuck.
I know. I was just about to say, it looks like it's stuck there, yeah.
Okay. I've made it out of the hole I was in.
Hey,
Don't worry, Andy, I'm coming. Oh, the arches! Hey, that's what you were talking about forever ago.
Sure was.
Doing great, guys. Doing great. Can I get some cactus fruit? What's that?
Can you see my smoke?
Era. Oh,
Let me see if I can-
I would get the chain for the next level.
Yeah, I will. I was looking to see if I can't find that mushroom I yeeted at the
Oh.
scorpion.
That's cool.
Oh yeah. Keep going straight towards that smoke. She's almost to you, Andy.
Yeah, my portable stove went out, but
Yeah, she's almost to you. I can see the scorpion from Gigi's point of view.
Scorpion?
Yeah, so go right above you. And then directly straight above you again. Oh no.
I keep not waiting until my stamina bar is full.
Yeah.
I'm impatient. Oh! Ghost.
And then Andy's
I
right
see
there.
Hey, Gigi. There's a chest right there.
Food.
I don't know if you want to go get it.
Where? Where?
Turn around to your left. To your right. Yep, there you go.
Oh. Is it the mirage?
I don't know if Mirage.
Let's find out if it is a mirage. Christ. That's so far away. Okay. Yeet. Ow. I didn't realize that would hurt me. Okay. I did not need health issues. No.
Was it a Mirage?
She
I didn't know
hasn't
yet.
gotten there. She does not wait for her stamina.
Listen.
Oh. Girl.
Okay, girl derogatory.
That one's open. It's the other one behind.
I know, but I wanted to check.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
Okay,
know.
okay, 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 okay. Okay,
Hang on,
okay,
I
okay.
forgot
Oh,
to wait.
oh, oh.
I forgot to.
I think it's a mirage. Because it is no longer here.
No.
I still see it. Oh, yeah, you just walked right through it. I'm sorry I made you go all that way.
Do you think I can full send?
No, you have no stamina.
Okay, but if I wait for my stamina, can I full send?
To there? Probably, yeah.
There is a ledge right below you.
There's a ledge right below me.
So, like right here. Can you even see my hand from this far away? To your left.
No.
No. Yeah, but oh, yeah, you see it. I can see it on
I
your
don't
screen.
think that's far. It's farther away than it looks.
There's a seed right there, too.
Ebe?
On that wall.
Seb. Seba.
Seba!
I do have also a magic bean.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
the
that's
sun
what I
is
mean.
back.
By Seba. Magic bean.
Oh, there's a pickaxe in this wall.
Pickaxe?
Yeah, but
Axe?
they fall out, I think, after like 1 or 2 uses.
Okay, well... Will Gigi learn to let her stamina refill before doing anything? Ow. Ow. No. No! No, not the sun! Ow. Fuck. Just gonna squeeze. I just gotta squeeze.
Oh my gosh, your legs are just walking while you're sitting there.
Excuse me? No, I can't. No, 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 no. Remember when I had met up with Andy? What a good time that was.
I know.
I'm sorry I made you go all the way back.
You made me. You forced me.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh, oh, you are stuck in so many places.
Oh. Okay, hold on. I just...
Just bend.
Now do you see why I was laughing at you?
Yeah. Yeah. Bending backwards.
I got this. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Oh, no,
Oh.
no.
Did Andy just blow up?
No, I'm
Just
still.
upload.
I'm good. I just exploded it to get it out of my way.
Motherfucking goddamn it. Okay. Well, no, that's not what I was trying to do.
Gee, you need
Oh my
food.
I need food so bad.
I have food if you can get to me.
Not with the amount of stamina I have right now. God damn it. Thorns!
You are in, like, you're in a crevice, basically. Like, a crack in the wall right now. You don't have stamina left. What do you do?
I'm not trying to climb, I'm trying to remove the thorns.
I know, but, like, I wish you could see, you, like, yeah. This is ridiculous.
I
right now.
can't get the leg is the problem. The leg is the problem.
It'll fall out before you get to it, by the way.
Will it?
Yeah.
Oh. Shit.
Not if you
Son,
walk
I
into a
can't-
bunch more.
I know. I don't know what to do. Because I have no food. Oh, hey. They fell out. Oh my god. No, damn it.
Oh,
No, and the sun! Oh
God.
my god.
You just gotta move with the shadow of the cactus. To me, the mountain high.
I found a mine shaft.
Is that the one that you found and was a debate?
That I found. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know. Let me see. No, no, it's definitely a little different.
I need food. I'm gonna starve to death.
Yeah, you are.
Thanks.
I mean, like, yeah. There's no cactus things here. None over there. Can't see anything.
Nothing to eat in the hat? No. Hi.
Hi, I'm looking. Sorry.
You coming to escort me to my
No,
demise?
I'm looking for food in any of these directions.
Escort me to my eternal resting place?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you gotta move. You gotta schmove.
I gotta wait for the sun.
Oh, go across and climb that part in the shade right there.
Climb with what stamina? There we go.
That's stamina. There you go.
The sun straight fucked me.
No food. TNT's ahead, so no. No berries and all these cactuses, huh?
Mushroom!
Good job.
That's slightly better.
This might be the end of me.
Oh no. Why?
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, wow. You got lucky. Oh, nope. Maybe.
Did you just explode?
Seek
No.
fluid intake immediately.
No.
It is now back where you guys met up.
Yay! Are these bad?
I think so.
No?
I think those are actually.
Nothing bad so far. Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh.
Your socks inside out?
Oh no. Oh no. I have antidote. Should I use it or should I just wait?
Yeah, you can use it.
Hello, Gigi.
Hi! I'm not alone! Hello! Oh, let me remove your thorns. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for
There.
removing my thorns. So I put a chain up there.
Beautiful.
Oh, I see it. Hi, Pink. Just directly in my face.
Am I making it hard to play?
God damn it.
Hi, Andy.
I
Did you fall down?
fell
How far?
just back down where we were.
Or just make
Put
you
me back
winded?
no.
into.
Oh. Okay.
Jeepers creepers.
God, that's loud.
Does the bugle raise your spirits or make you winded? It raises my Gigi's spirits. Ah! Be gone, ghost, be gone! Thank you.
Gigi doesn't like ghost me, guys.
I do, you were just directly in my face.
Why? Does this make it hard to play? I don't understand. My one weakness! The bugle!
Hold on, I'll play the song of my people.
Okay. Oh my god.
I had another chain thing, but I guess maybe I dropped it.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
I had it and then I fucked it up. Oh shit! Hi Andy. Sorry, you kept going.
Yeah,
I was fucking around.
I know.
Oh. Sorry. I know.
Oh
I'm
no!
aware.
What happened?
I fell off the bean.
I just switched
Do
to
you
you
have-
as you were falling.
Do you have food? Do you have healing?
No, I'm done.
Gigi, you
Oh,
have
no.
to finish. Gigi, you
Do I
have
need
to
to get-
finish.
Do I get what's his bucket from your backpack?
If you want, I don't care.
Oh no.
Do you think we'll make it to the peak?
Wow. Wow.
I mean, if you
feel-
want to
I'm
go
feeling
get them.
I'm feeling attacked right now. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna climb. You had food in your backpack.
I did not actually. I ate it all.
Oh,
I had a shelf shroom and bing bong.
big bug. Oh no.
I believe it. No.
That's how I fell.
Nice.
I overcorrected.
Huh? Psst. Oh.
That worked out.
I've not seen this game until I imagine more ropes. The level we're in. There's not a lot of ropes. There was like a bunch of rope bridges in the first level and stuff. Plus the characters can put ropes down.
Yeah, I've got a rope gun.
Uh-oh. Careful of the dynamite. Move away. Go away. Move. Okay.
That was loud.
Mm-hmm.
You get 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Food and a Twinkie.
Gigi's gonna survive!
Gigi, you better
Well.
make it to the end of it.
Well. Ooh, and an energy drink?
Don't drink that. Okay.
Well.
It just makes you crash. It's not a big deal.
when I can heal my wounds.
You have so much stamina.
Hang on, I need to take a nap real quick. You know what'll help?
Mm-hmm. I love the echo.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Hang on, I'm practicing. I'm just practicing. I'm practicing. Nope. uh... Jazz.
All right. Now we got to find the. You gotta find the hole that I found on the way out.
I'm alright. Gotta find the hole.
Yeah. Oh god.
3 blind mice. Wait.
Oh, there's a chest over there to your right.
Where's the
Is it a
goose in the way?
mirage?
I don't know. It's in the sun. If I run in real quick. Oh, a flare.
No. You're the only one alive,
Super-
but you're gonna flare too.
Well, there's a chest up there.
Ooh, I see that one too. Is it a mirage?
There's only one way to find out, baby.
And you gotta go up anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a berry. To the left.
To the left.
Yeah. Well, you went up already. Okay. It's okay. It's down.
I'm
to the
good
left.
on food.
Yeah. Oh, there's two
Oh.
on top of each other. That's lucky.
Wow, TG. Put some stuff in your
Yeah.
backpack.
Paku paku.
Just careful where you drop it.
I like how it's like a weeble wobble. It doesn't
Yeah.
like actually fall.
Uh-huh. Cookies. Uh-huh. Bandage. Oh no. Oh no,
Check the bottom one. Check the bottom one.
I look at the sun.
Oh.
I'm waiting for the sun to move. I don't want to burn!
Burn. Natural acoustic is true.
This is a little freaky. Hello, ghosts.
We're your
Hi.
little sperm ghosts.
Uh-huh. Ow. Ow. What you got?
I can't tell what it
I
is.
get it.
What is that?
Looks like a spray bottle. Is it
Yeah, it looks like
sunscreen?
sunscreen.
How do I get it? The other one is on top of it, and I can't get it.
That's rude.
That's some bullshit. Alright, well, that's fine.
I should take a picture and put that in their Discord.
Probably
Hey.
stupid.
Yeah.
Del-
go- here.
Developers.
This is why. You go up this way. This is a terrible idea.
We'll send it. Okay.
It's the only way I know how, baby.
Yep. You know who you're talking to? G
It's
full
me.
send G.
Gee. That's my government name. This way. This seems like a thing. Oh. That's
No, you
very
can do
far.
it. You just
Can
go side. Just go across the side.
I can go this way instead. No, I can't. That was a lie. Oh no no no!
No, you can
no,
do
no,
it. Just
no, no.
grab it and then just go
Okay.
sideways. You can do it. Grab it
Huh?
right there. Yep, and then go sideways. There you go. You got it. Is there a map or does it just go up? So there is a map every 24 hours. But yes, basically there is a camp at the very, very top of the mountain that you have to reach and activate to continue. But yeah, it's pretty much just ascend. But the map changes every 24 hours.
That way?
So it'll be this map until tomorrow.
Okay. That way? And then
I'm trying to
that way?
see. There is definitely up in multiple directions. I just don't know if they all connect or not.
Scorpion over there.
Scorpion.
Oh my god.
I can go directly above you.
Keyboard decided to be a little bitch for a second.
Out there.
Well, maybe up here?
When somebody makes it to the peak of each map. So if Gigi makes it to the mesa, there's a statue she can interact with that'll bring us back.
It's a big if.
You got this. You have so much
You're doing
stamina.
pretty well.
Do have
Yeah.
so much stamina, that's true. Let's go.
Yeah, you need to go that way and up. Yep. And then looks like you'll have to cross.
Yeah, if I go here.
See another up.
How do you move around? Or is it just when you're looking with your... Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Ah. Shit.
Oh, be careful! Just don't. There you go. Oh,
Hang on. I had to hang out here for a little while because my stamina. Well, I've got extra.
there you
It's
go.
fine.
Can you pull out any of the thorns that you got in you?
I can try. We know how well it goes. Nope. I'm not gonna stop.
I know it's hard to get your own out.
There's a little bit more like slot canyon.
Oh, she's in a hole again.
Yeah, this is the only way. It's the only way. I'm just gonna wait. It's fine. I'm just gonna wait for these thorns to get out of my legs and my hands.
Oh my
Da da
God.
da da da. So, how's ghost life?
Oh, you know, just chilling.
Chillin',
Just chilling. What do you mean haunting?
What you doing?
Oh gosh.
From my perspective, that was
I did it on purpose.
oh my god.
What'd you do, Pink?
I just
Oh.
creep into her perspective.
Hey. Okay, my thorns are gone. All right, where do I go? Can I go up there? No. Maybe. I don't think I can squeeze in here.
No. No, that doesn't go anywhere. No. Directly.
The little wiggly yeah,
Yeah.
the wiggly cactus. There's
Yeah.
the cliff right there.
Wiggly cactus?
Yep.
That
Straight
wiggly
ahead.
To your
Straight down.
right. Yeah, straight ahead.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god, this is a terrible idea. Is it easier from? It might be easier from the other side, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my
I
god!
would've
Oh
gone
my
from
god!
the top. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
But you did it. Don't get stuck.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh. Oh,
Gigi, you're not
oh,
supposed to.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, I know it looked phallic, but you didn't need to fuck it. Okay.
She straight up fucked that cactus. Like, there was like some fucking like a hip thrusting and like oh my god.
I think
Gigi,
that's
there's
okay.
a
Only
chest right behind you.
Oh my god.
If you go
Yeah,
down,
it's straight ahead of you now. Straight ahead of you and below. Like if
Yeah,
you
if you go
peek
down
around that corner,
this
you'll
wall.
see it. To your no, to your right, to your right.
okay, down.
Yep,
Look
and
down
then
here.
straight down.
Look down here.
I don't see nothing.
Yeah, do you see Andy's ghost?
Do you see Andy's
You're gonna
ghost, but I
slide,
don't
you're gonna
see-
slide, you're gonna slide. Oh,
I got it.
it's
I got it. I
okay.
got
It's
it.
yeah, it's right next to Andy's ghost. There you go.
I don't see it. I don't think it's real.
Okay. Can't. Maybe it's not real.
I don't think she's quite around the corner.
Well, you can always come back up here if it doesn't
True.
end up being real. Hold on to the wall.
Wait for the thorns to be gone,
Okay.
and then because I have because the thorns are taking up more than half of my health bar.
Oh, almost all of it.
Yeah.
That's what happens when
So,
you
okay.
fuck a cactus.
Listen, no one ever told me. How was I supposed to know?
Did you really just ask how you're supposed to know not to touch a cactus?
Especially not to fuck it.
Okay, listen. Hmm? There we go. Okay. So, like... Here? Oh! Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, there's dynamite there, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. Fuck.
Oh no.
Okay. Our prospects have significantly shortened.
Do you have any bandage?
I do have bandage. Hold on. Drop. Open. Bandage. Heal injuries. And also, eat some cookies. Good enough.
There you go.
Okay. Where was that? Do
Oh,
I need
yeah,
to go
you
back
are-
up? How
yeah.
far did I go?
I mean, you went down a little bit. Not like super far, but you did go down a little bit.
I'm gonna assume that I can go this way. I'm gonna
Careful,
avoid the
there's
fucking
cactus.
cactus.
Oh, yeah, this is where you were gonna
There you
go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you were.
Airline.
Food.
And then there's another cactus, chest behind you as well.
Where?
Straight ahead. Do you see it?
Oh,
Or is it a mirage?
Far.
You dance to corridors and band of music with full and prickly pear cactus on wheels. That's insane. It's hard to explain. That sounds made up, but that's ridiculous. That's crazy. It's dancing with a cactus.
I'm
A
not gonna
canon.
take the cannon.
No,
I think that would be a bad idea.
probably.
I don't think you need the antidote anymore because there's nothing to poison you here.
Yeah.
No, but there might be later.
Well, later
don't
is
think there's any-
Caldera.
Yeah.
You're right.
Poison's only for like the poison plants.
Nom 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 nom.
Cookie.
Monster.
Cookie. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
Alright, so now how do we get you back?
Well, there's 3 dynamites over there.
Yeah.
Maybe can I jump across to this?
Oof.
That feels far.
That does feel
Ooh,
far.
Can I come up this way?
I don't see, I can't see on the other side of it yet.
Well, could you not go where those cactuses were? Like right
No.
across from the chest?
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
just
I'm
be
just
careful
worried
of those dynamite.
I'm just worried about the jump because I'm a
No,
weenie.
that
there's
jump is
mushrooms.
Okay.
Oh,
There's
I was gonna say there's mushrooms like right below you, but there's dynamite down
Yeah,
there
there's
too.
dynamite there too. Not ideal. I have not.
Little ones. I mean, there's cactuses. Little baby cactuses around where we're at. Hello. I know.
Okay. I got that one. Perfect.
Can you go potty?
Perfect.
You go outside. You go outside. I'm gonna let him out really quick.
Okay. Did I get all of them?
No, you got the third one still there.
Okay, well,
But I don't think
I
you need it, yeah.
go this way. I think I can just...
Yep.
Yeah. And then come up here.
Mm-hmm.
And then up here. Stop sprinting.
And then it looks like
Stop
you'll have
sprinting.
to cross once you go up like another level or so. Hello, Ray.
Hello.
Hello. Hereish, probably gonna lurk. Okay. Yeah, and then I would go... Yeah, I would just go to the left. If you can just stay straight. Go to the left and up. Oh, there's a platform. Yeah, hold on. But there's a platform... I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's a platform to the left. I'm just afraid of going down to hitting those cactuses.
I know. Maybe I can... If I lose stamina, it won't be too bad because I'm not too far.
Yeah, you can go up. Yep. There you go. You should be able to get some stamina there. Okay, now from here... Yeah, you definitely have to go behind.
Hello, dynamite.
Dynamite! Oh, no.
I'm doing it on purpose, it's okay.
Oh, no. I wasn't, like, looking at you and I just heard it and I was like...
Oh, no! If you could cut it open, but I can't. I am incapable.
I know, we're just little tiny little Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. We don't have
just
knives. Oh,
little-
there's 2 chests.
Hey,
Did you see them? Keep going
No.
around that corner like you were going. Keep going to the
that's
to
where
the
the sun is.
Oh.
And I couldn't get the sunscreen.
Ugh. Annoying.
Hello.
Hello.
Whamst.
Other side. Yeah. Right on the other side of that, right there. Oh, it's only one. It looks like 2, but it's still in there. You see it, or is it a mirage?
Don't see it at all.
Oh, the chest?
Yeah.
So if you go over to your left, Gigi,
And then it's like in that.
it's just
Okay.
over the cacti. Yeah.
Oh, I was looking way closer. I can get there if I go like this. Oh, but the sun!
You might
can be
have to
quick.
just
That part's in the shade.
the part with the dynamite's in the shade.
Yes, because you know the peak poop content. Is this peak? It is peak.
I almost jumped directly onto this cactus.
I saw that.
Cactus. Okay.
Ouch. Ouch.
Go down. There, go down.
Ouch.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Ouch!
It burns.
How is it burning me? Oh no. Oh no. I'm so screwed.
You might need to go. Oh shit! You might need to go further down. Yeah, right
Fuck.
there. Yeah.
Ow.
Oh.
I'm just gonna hide in this little cave.
Yep. Queen of Poop Mountain. Candy Mountain, Charlie. Charlie.
Shun the non-believer.
Shun.
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 Almost there. Oh, I'm gonna eat more cookies. Oh, I didn't. I almost just threw it.
I have Oreos too.
Ooh. Oreo. Oreo.
I love that movie.
Go further out so I can see further.
Yeah. There's a chest over there. I don't think I can get that though.
Yeah, just focus on the one above you.
It's kind of no.
Do you have a
I feel like
mysterious
I'm-
third voice? Yes, Andy is playing with us. Andy Pandy is playing with us.
Hello.
Hello.
What's
I'm just
see,
muting in and out.
Listen, I'm doing my best, okay? This shouldn't be too difficult for me to get to this. Or to even to get back.
When I stood up, that's what I get for trying to move around. And then a ghost.
A go.
A ghost.
A first aid kit
Oh, the first aid kit's clutch.
Good to have.
and more cookies.
I thought you were gonna say coochie.
Uh-huh. Yep. That's what they give us here.
Yep, more coochies.
It's
That's dandy. You really threw me for a whirly bird.
hi Rizal.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I forgot to wait for my stamina.
I felt a little overconfident on a jump, Ray, and that is why I am deceased.
What's great is that I was gonna test it. And then you went full send.
I
the way
really
it
thought I could
goes.
grab it. Like I didn't. I felt confident.
It's not the way it usually goes. Usually I'm the one who
I
makes the
know. That's why I was
mistake.
like, oh, I'm gonna make that. That's easy. Narrator voice. It was not easy.
It was not easy.
I'm gonna get
She quickly learned.
that chest. Figment is nicely legally distinct. Exactly.
It's a bandage and a python.
I cut out. I cut out.
A python.
Oh, you need a piton. For sure.
I do. I don't even know what it does.
Oh, it's a little thing you put in the wall that you can grab onto and regain your stamina, like in the middle of a wall.
Mm. Okay, I'll grab that then.
Yeah, it's huge. Huge.
Huge.
Huge. Piton.
Oh shit.
Would you careful with the backpack?
We're good. Oh well.
Use space instead of click. There you go.
Here, you drop the piton.
Did she drop it?
no.
She did drop the
Where I
piton.
want-
Oh, did it
I don't
glitch
know where I
again?
want-
It glitched again.
Yeah.
Well,
Is this microphone a good microphone for being $20?
That sounds
it's not
fine.
bad.
Hmm.
It's fine. Okay, where the fuck am I going? There's an
Hold
up
on, let me
here.
look. I mean, there's still further up. Like, there's an up on that archway. And where does that go? Yeah, like, if you can get to the top of this archway, we can see where that goes.
Yeah,
Spot for me to rest here.
Mm-hmm.
there is.
Should Maybe.
Just keep going. There you go. I see the campfire.
Do you?
You do?
I do.
Is it the mirage?
I don't see it yet, so.
When Gigi was down, like where Pink is, if you go down like one level, if Gigi goes back down to that where she just was, you can see it from up there. Since the ghosts are kind of locked in on where the alive player is.
Yeah.
So we can go this way. Another chest.
I just.
I think mirages are only over where the tornado is, and then over here, every chest is fine. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, there hasn't been any mirages, I think, in a bit.
The rope isn't going to do you much good alone, Gigi, so
I'm gonna get the cookies.
put the bugle away.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let the bugle go.
What a ridiculous.
Don't use the med pack. Oh my god.
No, I'm putting it in the backpack.
Oh.
I had a spot.
I was gonna say, I was like, are you going to use the med pack on that little sliver?
No.
Never, I know. She will
Make it
not
up
get rid of it.
there, maybe?
It's a grenade, so be
Maybe-
careful.
I was thinking maybe I could go up to where those cacti are.
There's a TNT right there. Okay, be careful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Eh. Oh no, wait. Stamina. Okay.
You gotta sound the horn of Abraxas when you reach the top of the mountain. Exactly.
I'm gonna play hot cross buns. There's a dynamite right there. I'm just gonna, and then. I like how these cactuses are strong. Dynamite doesn't kill them. Well, this just led me to here.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna have to go up either way.
If I could make it to that.
Can you grab that pickaxe along the way? Like, is that like, kind of like a piton?
I don't know.
It is a little bit, I think, but I think it breaks
Yeah.
after.
But if it's just me. Oh, not the sun. Should I just wait?
Yeah, I mean, Kevin,
Again?
you do have a rope cannon, but I don't know if you want to save the rope cannon for Caldera.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does have a grappling hook. And you can use
Oh
it.
no. Oh
Sliding
no,
up.
no,
You're
the
sliding.
sun's getting closer.
You can go
Oh,
across
no.
the sunbeam and go into that space. There you go.
It didn't
Yeah.
even hurt me. Ugh. Oh no, no,
You're-
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah, I was
no.
like, I think you're in it.
Oh no. Ah. Stupid sun. Who needs it? I don't need it.
You're running out of penis shadow.
Oh no. Oh no, it's shrinking. It's getting
Oh
colder.
no, it's getting little.
Getting cold. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Hello.
Hello.
I
Why are you so scared of me?
don't know. Maybe I can make it up to there. Ah! Nom nom. Oh no, I'm burning. Oh no, I'm burning.
Does the sun move east-west? Is it I don't know if... I mean, there is a compass. Like, a compass is an item you can pick up, so... I imagine there's an east-west, but I don't know what it is without the compass.
I'm doing it. Full send. Okay. Feel let's make it up to that cactus. I think
Can't
I
see
should
if
wait.
there's a spot to touch here. I can't see.
Bloop.
Yeah, whoever's got their Discord in here.
Sorry, I was eating Oreos and I didn't want to crunch in your ear.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh no, you're good. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
There is a
No,
parasol. I did pick it up last round. Yes, there
But
is.
the but it's at the it's at the campfire for this area. So it's
Well,
after
I don't know if that's exactly where it's supposed to be, but that's where I picked it up. Yeah. Yeah, there is
There
a
is
parasol.
There is sunscreen too, Kevin, and Gigi found it, but it was glitched. She couldn't pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was in a chest that was underneath another chest.
But yes, I
And
picked up
so-
a parasol the last round, last playthrough.
Gigi, if you start climbing, there is a place. I mean, you can wait till nighttime if you want, but if you start climbing kind of parallel to this cactus right here that's behind you, don't do that. Don't jump.
I was getting
Oh.
burned. I was
Oh.
Yeah.
Give Pink and I a heart attack.
I know. I was like, why is she jumping?
But if you climb parallel to that cactus that you just jumped away from, there is a ledge for you to sit on. And you can wait till nighttime if you want, but
Because I'm carrying a lot of food for you guys.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Could the sun go down, please? Oh, it's moving faster. It's almost done.
it heard you.
It's like, fine, jeez. So, like, up to where that cactus is?
Yeah, so if you climb back up onto that ledge and you climb parallel to that cactus, there is a ledge for you to stand on. Keep going.
Yep, one more. Oh. Yeah, there you go.
There you
In the
go.
chest.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Such a bro carrying all the food. She is a bro.
You're welcome. Ooh, a chest.
Ooh, more
Ooh.
extra
Extra
stamina.
stam, yeah.
Baby.
Glug, glug,
All right,
glug.
Gigi, you can clutch this. Sorry, sun's going
If I go
down.
this way-
So if you keep going straight, I think taking
Careful of
those
that-
little
yeah, careful of that
steps
cactus.
up.
Mhm. And then maybe up. Oh no.
Yeah, if you
If
jump
you go
over
in,
here.
you can get it. Yeah, if you go in the little. Yeah, you're good.
Uh-huh. How the fuck? Maybe if I jump from here?
You can also.
Opened.
There you go.
Yeah.
That scared me. I didn't like it.
There you go.
Okay. From here, and then...
You can climb around and then. Yeah.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. There's too much pressure! How did I get up here?
What are you
You
doing?
kept grabbing.
Okay.
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 And then across. There you go. You're so close. I see the fire.
It's up there.
Yeah.
Is this way?
Maybe go
No, I'll
around.
go the other
yeah.
way. Or yeah,
You go
maybe
the
that
other
way.
way?
Maybe that way.
Yeah, because I can see some stair-like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all pretty much just all connected at this point.
Go up from here, Gigi.
But there's a spot here.
Okay.
It's like a ramp. A ramp? It's like when I backpacked into the Grand Canyon when I was 11. I'm the one who got to carry all of the trash back out.
It is a high honor.
You're welcome.
You're coming in from the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how.
Yeah, squeeze in there.
Squeeze in there.
This way.
Not really, but whatever.
That's not what you meant.
Yeah, in there.
Up here. Up here.
That makes more sense.
And to the left.
You'll be alright.
Gigi clutched this round. Let's go.
Let's go! Let's go!
I'll revive my scouts!
Yay! My first death ever. Let's go.
Yay!
Now I have
we-
death. Now I have death.
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 Okay, so Pink and I.
Wants to carry the next thingy.
I can here. After I eat my marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Caldera.
Should we get some of these prickle fruits and cook them?
Yeah.
I'm not.
I just need a nap. I saw such a pretty sight. A beautiful moon-shaped fruit surrounded by fireflies. I feel so relaxed now. Maybe a nap wouldn't be so bad. Okay, so moon-shaped fruit surrounded by fireflies makes you go to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, help. Help.
What did you do?
Oh my
Oh.
I got
gosh.
swords.
Is that all of them?
Thanks. Yeah.
But you never gave me her number.
Okay.
Alright, team, how are we doing it this time? We need to stay on taller ones.
Yeah.
Maybe off to the left this time.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh my god. Did you just fall to your death?
No?
Okay.
I think we would hear a lot more audio cues if she fell to her death.
I don't know. I might though. Oh god. Oh my god. That's so scary. I don't like doing that.
What, the free
It's like-
base jumping?
It's like, I've been a ghost for so long. It's my time.
Ow. Damn
Did
it.
you die?
No.
That's my only response. Is just, did you die? Do you need health?
Not. I can. No, not right now. I mean, I have. It's maybe like a fifth of my bar with the deaf.
The death.
Where are you?
I'm coming. Wait, where did you guys go?
I went to the left. Did you go to the left?
I'm
coming,
directly
I see.
below Gigi.
I see you. I see you. I see you.
If I fell
Hello?
to my death, my last words would definitely ah fuck fuck fuck. We did it, Frodo. We made it to Mordor. I can't carry the
We
ring,
did it
but
to
I can
Mr.
carry
Frodo.
you.
But I can
All right.
carry you.
All right, where are we going?
Fink is down on the little rock shelf here.
Actually, you know what? Let me take those heals from you, Gigi.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll come back.
Where are you? Where'd you go?
I went down. I'm coming back up.
I'm
No, I
going
drove
down.
past him and hold
I
on.
can come to you.
I'm coming back.
Right, lava's going down.
We are not there yet.
Gigi, where did you go?
I went back up. Where are you?
Okay. We'll find each other eventually. And
I don't know where you are.
I went back. I went down.
Do I see pink? Are you with pink?
But what do we do with the part that's on fire? Does it go out?
It does go out eventually. I see pink right now. I'm still kind of up on the ledge.
Do you see this rock here? Off to the left?
Yeah.
The one that I'm pointing at?
Yeah, where are
No.
the eagles when you need them?
No, I don't see that, Gigi. I'm even looking on your
I found
stream.
you! I found you! I found you! Don't move!
Okay.
I'm here to save you! I've got the healing kit.
Oh, I don't need this much, but
Well, that's what I got.
I'll take it, I guess. It's better than nothing.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we going? This way?
Well, pink is gone.
I know, I'm sorry. The lava, I got panicked.
That's
I'm
okay.
not gone. I'm just straight ahead of you.
Yeah, I see you. You're all the way over there. Hello.
Is this the best way to go?
I don't know. I just panicked.
I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way.
This is how where I kind of was going, is back up this way. She already had a med kit in her backpack? Andy did?
Did I? Well, if that's the case, I'll give Gigi the one that I had.
Oh, that's okay. We can just I'll just steal it if I need it.
Listen, I forget. I have the memory of a spoon.
A spoon?
Yes.
Spoons
Yes.
of memory?
Yes. Hi, Gigi.
Hi. Where are you?
To your right.
Oh, hello. Oh, you're already on.
You gotta
you're
make
already on
it
a rock.
Gotta do this fast.
Okay.
Where's the lava? Is it going up? Is it going down? Where's it down?
It's
It's
coming
probably
up.
going
It's
up.
coming up.
There it is. Wait. Werner Herzog narrating.
Laser sword.
You mean
See, look at how they
the
fight
beautiful
with their laser
soundtrack
sword.
by John Williams.
Hi, Pink.
Hi.
I see you.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. Okay. Full send!
Nailed it.
Oh god, I panicked.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no, the fire's
no.
coming! The fires of Mount Doom!
Oh my god! I hit the side. I hit
Did
the
you
side
die?
button on my. No, I'm fine. I hit the side button on my mouse, and that locks my computer.
Oh no. Are you good?
I'm fine.
Okay. Where are you? I just keep climbing up. I don't know.
Hi, I see you. I'm down below you.
Okay.
I need.
To rest. Oh, I see you. Hello?
I
Where's
need
Pink?
to.
I'm just on the other side of this rock now. Hi. I see Gigi. Oh no, it's too hot. Oh no, it's
Oh,
too
I did
hot.
have a med pack. It's fine.
You're good. You're good. You're
It's
good.
too hot. It's too hot.
What's too hot?
The rock that I was just on. I have to wait.
Are you low?
I'm a little bit lower than you guys.
Low, 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 low. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur.
The fur.
Oh, I see you. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, there's a nest.
Yeah, a bird's nest.
Is it the eagles that'll take us to Mordor?
Let's see. Big egg
God.
pick up. What do I do with it? Do I throw it? Do I keep it? What do I do with it? No, come back.
The lava's coming.
Yep, I'm gone.
Shit. Oh, I got distracted.
Suki, what are you doing? Oh, hi.
Hi.
Gigi, do you
don't-
want the prickleberry in my
Why
backpack?
are you not going?
Oh no, you
Although
have
I have-
airline food.
Yeah, I have so much food in my backpack. I just need to get to a place. This is actually probably fine.
Yeah, it's a weeble wobble. It doesn't fall down. Suki, can you stop clawing at my curtains, please?
What does the egg do? Do I cook
Can you
it?
cook? Can you cook the egg?
I don't know.
Fire. What if I just jump to this chain? That's a terrible idea.
I mean, it's an
Fire,
idea.
Fire, 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 fire. I'm jumping to the chain. Oh my god.
I can't believe you did that. I'm gonna do it too.
Full send! Hell yeah!
Oh my
Oh
god.
no. Oh no. The fires. The fires of Mount Doom!
That was scary. I need to wipe my hands.
So sweaty. Oh no. Is the fire coming to me? Oh no, the fire's coming. The fire's coming. The fire's coming. The fire's coming. The fire's coming.
Lava's going down.
Okay, maybe the fire wasn't coming. It looked like the fire was coming. We're doing great. We're doing great. Yar. Did you put on the ringy motherfucking Isildur? Oh. I don't know where we're going.
Um,
Oh,
Oh no.
To
I
that-
see you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
I think we're going to that lookout over there. If you look toward
Oh no. Why am I?
Pink, you see that like gazebo looking thing at the base of the mountain?
Yeah.
That's where we're going.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The lava's coming up, so I might just wait.
I'm so scared. Okay, level's down. I'm so high up right now. Oh my god.
Must be nice.
She's so high, high above me. She's so lovely.
I have something in my eye.
The fire is to the right.
Yeah, I see it. I see a chest and I would love to go get it. Oh my god, the fire. Oh my god, the fire. Oh my god, the
No, I
fire.
don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay, it stopped. It stopped.
Okay.
Maybe lava's rising.
Okay, maybe I'll stay where we were. Maybe
Ow.
I'm gonna stay where we are until the lava's gone.
Oh shit. I'm too low.
Come back up.
I'm coming. Oh, think.
You see that gazebo at the base of the mountain, Gigi?
Okay, it's going down.
That's where we're going.
Go to. Oh my god. This is so stressful.
Spicy pits.
I have no food.
I have airline food.
I have a
How
prickly
much-
pear.
I'm stressing.
Pink, where are you?
There's just a couple of
Here.
rocks ahead of us.
Yay, I'm not too far. Someone needs to come feed me. I need to figure out what to do with this egg. Should I throw it? Should I try to throw it? See if it cracks?
Maybe.
Omelette!
Oh my gosh, I just got an egg!
Perfect. Now I don't need to feed you.
No, I don't need to be fed. I'm perfect.
You are.
Oh, what's that?
self-sufficient.
What's that? Is it another? Oh, it's another nest full of egg.
Oh, good.
Mock with the raid.
'Cause I am hungry.
What'd you play?
How are you
Of course you
doing?
played GTA. I shouldn't have even asked.
How are
Mock,
you
how
doing
was
on
your
food?
stream? I'm still here. I'm still gonna climb, but I'm gonna chat and do raid stuff for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 3 egg. I got so
No.
many egg.
Oh, there's a chest right in front of you too, Pink.
Okay. What
Maybe
the
we can
fuck?
get it
Hi
while you do
guys,
raid stuff.
welcome in. How was your stream? Welcome.
wait till the lava go down.
How was your stream? How was GTA? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the
How are you
raid.
doing on food?
Welcome in everybody. If you do not know
like
who
1/6.
I am, hello, hi, welcome. My
I
name
got a
is
prickle
Krista,
pear in my
or Pinxel.
backpack
Most
though.
people
Oh my
just
god.
call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck
Why-
I want.
You just thrust your crotch at me.
Things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop! Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh
It's like hot dogs. What is happening?
Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Mock, thank you so much for the raid! You got into a chase with the cops because you were selling some drugs. You escaped. I'm glad you escaped.
Here, there's a like series of chains.
Mate.
So I think we can.
Okay,
Series
let me.
of chains.
A
Let me
series
eat.
of chains. You get some food, Andy.
Oh.
Ready?
Ready?
Climb.
Climb.
I must climb.
We're doing good. We're doing good. We're gaming. We're gaming.
We're
I think
gamers.
we might want to wait for the. I think we might want to wait for it to go down to get across this next one.
Yeah.
Hello, Sokka. Please don't step on my things.
I'm gonna step on all of your things.
Are you guys winning? Well, this is the furthest we've ever gotten, so technically yes. Alright, it's going
Not
down.
Full send?
Full send.
I didn't jump. I didn't jump. I forgot to jump. I forgot the jump part of full send. Okay.
You gotta commit.
I know. That's what Mold says. Can I steal your health kit?
I actually just used it.
Oh, I have one if you can come to me.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Thank you.
Ooh, this is too low. This is too low.
You have to...
Oh no.
Why did I fall down? Why did I fall down?
Well, you're not flat?
I was. Now the real fun begins. What do you mean? We made it. It's perfect.
Don't be spoiling. Don't be spoiling.
I have-
Boylin?
I have made it to the resurrection statue.
Statue?
Oh, there's a
We all-
lot of stuff
wow,
here. Oh, there's the parasol, see?
Fairy lantern.
Fairy lantern, fairy lantern. Oh, we got the fairy lantern. I got cookies, I got cookies, I got
What?
fairy. Ah!
Pandora's lunchbox. What does that do? I forgot what it
Don't know.
does.
Do you want me? I can.
I don't think it does anything good. Hold on. I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, I don't think it's good either. Don't do it though. Just don't test
Peek.
it.
I mean. That's diabolical. Yeah, it happened to Pink on her when she was on the Mesa.
Pandora's
last time.
lunchbox is a confusing and risky item. You won't know what it does until you use it, which is part of the fun.
Okay, so
doing
let's
It ran.
not.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
No.
Mm.
Well, because what if it hurts everybody?
What?
We can't
What if
resurrect
it's-
you though, because the statue's gone.
Oh, you're right. Okay. I guess. How are we gonna climb this?
There's a hole.
Your
There's
Liza.
a hole in the volcano, dear Eliza.
Yeah, yep, that's how the song goes.
Dear Eliza.
So, if I remember correctly, this is Devil's Butthole, and it's straight up.
A butthole?
Yeah.
Hello, butthole.
I can't believe there's more. Hey, is
Ooh,
that a
we can go
fire?
cooking. I don't have anything to cook. Marshmallows!
Wait, this isn't like the end?
No. No, so there's I think one more area, and I think it's literally straight up.
Yeah, Conplast Caldera. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
I've
I didn't
gotten,
cook.
I've gotten ones for every other one that we did.
Yeah, so the peak is after this area, and it's straight up. So
Oh.
we have to climb straight up.
Oh, okay.
See?
I mean, I believe you, but I just got the achievement for Caldera, so.
Yeah, because we beat the caldera.
Yeah, we beat
We're now in
We
the
beat-
kiln.
Does this lava move?
I don't think it does.
Guys, I think I would be such a good rock climber, IRL.
Just based on this game.
Just based on this game, I have no fear. Full send.
Full send!
I'm pretty sure if you went rock climbing with an actual expert and you said full send, they would send you home.
No.
Well, they don't know me. They don't know my skills. Campfire in the butthole is new.
Interesting. Yeah, because they, there was an update, like, just 2 days ago or 3 days ago or something. The
Yeah, I think it was
Mesa
a patch.
No, it was the big Mesa update.
Oh, was it?
Butthole?
Butthole.
Butthole? Butthole?
Straight up
I just
where,
looked at
though?
what my closed captions is just butthole, 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 butthole.
I don't know where straight up goes, though.
This is where a lot of the pitons would work.
Oh, the music got spooky. Campfire used to spawn at the top of the temple in Caldera. The music has gotten spooky. I think this was a bad choice I made. Uh-oh. I'm just running. I'm just running to try to keep my footing. Where the fuck do we go from here? Where do we go?
Oh, no. Oof.
Oh no.
Yep. I'm ditch.
Oh no!
I am ditch. I am ditch.
Oh, okay. I see where Andy went.
Yeah, it's hot.
Oh, I don't like hot. My brain does not compute go down to go up.
Should have used that. I was thinking about it, but like there was no, like the one that I have just goes across. It doesn't go up.
Oh. Do you have a piton?
Nope.
There's a rope gun though.
I do have a rope gun.
Oh, can I have it?
Hi. Where are we going?
Up.
Can we
Up
not
there.
climb to
Up.
to here?
Can you like shoot it like right
But-
there?
Can we not climb?
It's too far. For me, anyway.
What if we go... I'm just worried about using it so soon.
This is what it's for.
Okay. I guess.
Oh! Oh no!
Did you fall down?
A little bit, but I'm good.
I heard a
Oh, no.
thump.
I'm fine.
Ooh, Gigi, there's a
Hold on.
chest right above you to your... Oh, now behind you. To your left. You. Above you, behind you. I don't know how... Like, it's above you, but you keep turning around, so it's behind you again. Like...
Oh, ow. Ow, it's hot. Where the fuck? But where the fuck? Where do we go? There, maybe?
Up.
Yeah.
Up.
You're gonna have to
Up.
go... You might be able to go up and to your right. Yeah, I think where Andy's trying to go right now.
I didn't
Take
wait
my
for my
strong
stamina.
hand.
You didn't wait for your stamina. That's some
I'm so
GG
bummed.
shit.
I was doing so good, and then I just fucking lost it.
That's where I was trying to go last time, but then it gets hot. Maybe...
I mean, there's a bridge
what,
directly above you guys, so like maybe can you get behind you and go that way? Is there any way you can?
Now is not the time for bugle.
Now is the perfect time for bugle.
Trying to write some narration. Glad you're having fun. Oh, oh,
Goodbye.
oh, oh,
I tried to catch you on your way down and I didn't get
oh.
the time right. Oh no.
Oh, I am.
No.
I am swimming in lava.
I know.
at the
I was just bouncing. I was like, yeah, I'm out. Okay.
Here?
Yeah. So
Ooh.
if you can get up to the part that the bridge part goes over the part that's hot, which is what I think it's sort of trying to get you to do.
I just don't know how to get up there.
I think
There's another rock behind her, maybe, that she can stand on.
Hmm.
Like up here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah, right, like here. Here.
Turn around.
What?
Turn around.
Up here.
You see where Pink's ghost is? Well, Pink, you're in the rock, so she can't see you.
Here.
But do you
Here.
right here? Right here?
Oh yeah. Let's see if I can make it. It's so close to hot. Oh
I
my god,
know.
it's so hot. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
You might be
no,
able to make it if you eat.
No, 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 no. Oh my god. I don't have any food.
Oh.
Oh, I do! I have thick mints!
Oh my god.
Don't worry,
Yes!
guys. Okay.
I had a fairy light too, which could have healed you. Man.
I tried to catch you. I tried so hard. Okay, okay, let's try this again. Come on, come on, come on, baby. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot. I can't. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, well. It's hot, but I have stamina again.
Okay.
Go.
There's like a spot right here that maybe I can stand on.
Maybe over
Yeah,
here
just keep
instead.
walking. Just keep walking. Just keep walking.
I'm going.
And then above you to your right again, there's like a little piece.
Fire, so I'm gonna keep walking until my fire is gone. Shit, 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 shit.
Maybe over here. You see where to your left?
I'm gonna
There you
climb
go.
up this way.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, oh my god.
Up here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh,
Fuck,
oh,
fuck, fuck,
oh,
Lunge.
fuck,
Lunge.
fuck. I don't have to lunge yet. Okay.
Oh, there's a chest.
Yes, there's
Yeah,
a chest.
there's
This
lots.
is so
There's 3 chests
stressful.
over here now.
There's 3 chests. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, I need.
Wipe your
You're
hands.
okay. You're okay.
You're good.
Sweaty.
We're watching. All right, you can make that. Just go to the side. Okay. There you go.
My hands got so sweaty during chain together. It feels like that.
This is way more stressful than chained together for me.
Where's the other one? There were 3. I see 2.
It's
one
above.
right
Yeah,
It's above still.
It's above.
Yeah.
It's above.
Just I would get the one on the bridge.
here. Don't fuck up.
Oh, oh, there we go. Easy.
Thread the needle.
Easy, easy. The balloon.
Oh.
Put the balloon on right away.
You can cook the trail mix
Mhm.
and get a little bit of extra stamina. Just find a flat place.
This is kind of flat.
Under the volcano that nothing in our existence is of any permanence.
Cook it twice and it'll give you extra stamina. There you go. And then eat it whenever you need it.
Eat it when you need it. Oh,
And then do you see, yeah, so go up and to the right. I wish there was an effigy in the middle of this butthole.
I know, that was like really unfortunate that I just like lost my way.
I can go up here.
Yeah, that's the best way. And then to your...
Okay. It's very unsettled. Unsteady. I can climb up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, up here.
And then jump across,
And then-
yeah.
Over here. Or up and around. You can go up and down, up and then down.
There you
It's underneath you now.
go. I don't like it.
No, you got it. There's a little ledge right there.
I see it. Oh my god.
So turn around, yeah, turn around and then grab onto the wall and then climb down. Oh.
Oh, the balloon pop. So sad. Okay. Give me something good.
Bandage and trail
Yay,
mix.
heal your wounds.
My wound.
And-
You're so
And
many
then eat-
wounds.
Eat your well done trail mix, maybe.
Or maybe it's just the regular?
It's up to you.
I'll just go regular for now. I'll wait until I need it. Okay.
Okay,
Now-
we're going up.
Up. We're going up.
I was gonna watch that today.
I still haven't watched it. I'm gonna have to jump across that, aren't I?
I don't see any reason
mean,
for you to right now.
There's a lot of heat above right there. In the spot right above us. So she may have to.
Fuck. I slid off.
Listen, Gigi, you jumped off of a cliff onto a chain. I think you can do this.
What do you mean? Like full send. It is clear to all those who live under the volcano that nothing in our existence is of any permanence. I am Werner Herzog.
Beautiful.
Climb. Jesus Christ. Okay. Stand.
It looks like you're jumping to us.
I
You're
know.
just jumping.
Okay, and then just a little hop.
Hop and a skip and a jump.
Just a little.
Just a little hop. Just a little hop.
Hi, Astro.
Astro!
Okay. Here.
There's heat above you, so I think you're probably gonna have to get on that walkway directly above you next.
Yeah. What's over here? Might be able to go this way and go around.
Looks like it.
Yeah, you can full send right there.
Yep, right there, and then up. Yep, and then up again. Yeah. Wait for your stam. Don't full send and wait for your stam.
Maybe go around this way, I think.
I would go across. There's another chest on the walkway up there. So I would go up.
Yeah.
And behind you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd climb this wall where these ledges are,
Mm-hmm.
and then drop down. Or not.
Is this not what you're talking about?
No.
Not at all.
Okay, well, okay, hold on.
You're directly above you. The rock that's directly above
Oh,
you.
right here. You
Yeah.
see me?
Right here.
See me? Look up. Look up.
Where's Andy? I'm trying to find Andy's ghost so I can see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I'm climbing towards you. I'm climbing to my friend.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Okay, yep.
There you go.
Okay.
And then across
And
to
over here.
Or you think
Okay.
over there? I think over here, and then the walkway.
Oh, yeah. Over here.
This way.
Climb over there.
This way.
Follow the ghosts.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, and then you need to get onto this walkway that's over here. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's a couple ledges right in front of you on this cliff side. Yep, perfect. And then wait and full send. Let's go, baby. Nice.
Oh my god.
Gigi carrying us again.
It's more fun when I get to just be chaos. Now everything.
I mean, like,
hangs
we
on-
do really, really good, and then one of us just slips, and it's just over. Just jump to the left and step to the right. Ay. No, that's not how you sing it. Back up! Oh, back up!
Was that a
Ooh.
was that dynamite inside the
Yeah,
chest?
that's happened like
That was a-
3 times now.
That was
Oh no.
was-
Hope all is well. I hope all is well with you as well, astronaut
Bullshit.
voice. I wish we could play games.
the pelvic thrust. Hi, Andy. That really drives you insane.
It's usually the first person with pink feet and hands. No, it's
Oh my gosh, Gigi,
you
you
pick
were
your
almost
colors.
there.
Oh yeah, she's making Barack rice. Yep, and then you're gonna have to jump across there. Yeah, okay.
To the right.
Oh, I'm so pissed that I fucking just slipped. 'Cause this one wasn't actually too hard, I don't think.
It's very slippery.
I guess
I'm
it's
so
fair.
scared all of the time. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Nice,
my God.
okay.
Okay. Nope. Stamina.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you get to the top of this, maybe eat your trail mix.
Yeah, I was just thinking that because I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
You might have to lunge right. Yeah, perfect.
Gamer.
All right.
You know what this calls
Okay.
for?
Bugle.
Beautiful. Oh my god. Yep.
Do you think that she should... Yeah, so she's gonna go to that little cliff off to the left of her, right? Up and
This
over.
one, you mean? Over
Yeah,
here?
to her left.
Yeah.
Left,
Yeah.
not right?
To your left, yes.
Left, yeah.
There's like a pathway to see up to the right.
But there's fire over there.
There's fire? Okay.
So go up and to the... So go
Yep.
to your left and then go up this wall.
Yep.
And then to the right.
Okay.
This platform here?
There's two chests on that little walkway to your you keep turning straight ahead of you.
Don't be fucking dynamite, I swear. Oh, this is awful.
Oh, it's not okay, it's not too bad. Just go, nice.
Don't
More trail mix. Yeah. And then...
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Okay.
a rope cannot.
Okay.
Then you're gonna
That's
go
very well.
up from here, yeah.
Yep.
Keep going forward. And then climb up.
Yep. She needs to cross at some point though, because there's fire above.
Mm-hmm.
Need to cross.
Not yet, but you will, because you can get up to the
Oh.
top of this rock formation, and then and then you can't go further up because there's fire. So we have to figure out how to get you across.
There's
Oh, it's right there. I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Over here. Yeah. Straight ahead. This side over here.
Oh, that way. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, hang on.
Yeah. And then I have to just go right against the wall over here.
Oh, the wall. Oh no. Where? What?
You might be able to go up here and around. But
you
I'm
might
not
be able to
sure.
use her... Yeah, her rope cannon.
Oh, wait.
She
maybe
might have to
go-
take a little bit of heat
be able to
damage.
Yeah, she needs to get over and across though, for sure.
If I climb up here, but that's right where the fire is.
Yeah.
That other person sounds very articulate and is very nice. Andy, you're so nice.
It's so it's Andy.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like you're supposed to be scaling the wall, but then where? Then up? Well, I guess there's a spot right there. Yeah.
Do you see that little jut out piece right behind DG? It's like maybe she can go down to where that fire rock is and then use her rope cannon to climb up to that jut out spot.
Maybe. I mean, basically she needs to get over to this side is what the end result is. Like, she needs to get over there and then up.
Yeah.
Like up here?
Yeah, I mean, you could take a little bit of heat damage and you could jump to that next one. The next one
Yeah.
over. No, go down, down. And you want to go to the next rock formation in front of you over.
To your
But you
right.
might take a little bit of heat damage because there's heat right there.
To your right.
Suffocating.
Yeah.
She's just
I
keep
don't-
going to your right.
No.
You see how there's the rock you were just climbing on, and then there's a rock to the right of that.
Yeah, like you basically just like keep hugging that rock that rock wall, and there's another rock formation right there. So like
And
when
you
you
will-
go up and you just keep hugging that wall, but there's another rock with like a flat landing right there.
I don't trust it.
Okay,
You're gonna get burnt, but
but that's yeah. Or
You
or
might
you
just
have
have
to come
to.
down, and you have to scale the wall and go to the right across the wall.
Take immediately.
Either way, you're gonna have to do one or the other, because you have to get over across that wall over there.
Drink water.
Mm.
Let's see.
Yeah. So if you just keep hugging that rock, see, there's a rock right next to you, right there. Yeah. Okay. And then you can go up, but there's heat there.
Ow.
See.
Just a little. Just a little.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
there's
yeah,
another spot
okay.
right here.
And then
yeah,
you can
stand
keep going
here.
up.
Yeah.
Go for a little bit. Can I go straight up?
Yeah, there's heat, but
You
you,
might-
can go, you can go. Yeah.
Do you want to eat your trail mix first?
Yeah.
Yep.
Never mind.
Okay, let's go.
I would go a little bit to the left, just, yeah. So you're not right in that hot. There you go, right there. Okay, okay. Careful.
Stamina.
Hold on.
Don't be
Stamina.
hot.
Yeah.
You're fine. It's slow. And climb up the wall behind you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little thing
Yeah,
to
little
jump across it.
walkway. I don't know which. I can't see the smoke quite yet. I don't know what side it's on. You'll need to go up just a teeny bit more so we can see.
Yeah, I was just wiping off my sweaty
Oh
hands
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
getting
No,
the
I was
fire
just
off.
communicating.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I don't see what
Man,
side
I
the
would-
smoke is on.
I would just
Go
get
up.
out of here and yeah, circle the lip.
Yeah.
Sokka. I have Ket.
Kit. Oh, I'm in the wall. I'm in the wall. Okay, okay.
Huh.
Going.
Oh, I see. I see it. It's this. It's this way. This way.
I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it.
And I think from here it's basically just a straight shot. I don't think there's any more.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sprinting.
I don't think there's any place for us to be resurrected, Pink. I think she's the only one that gets rescued.
Oh, this is the peak? Wait, I thought there was
Yeah.
a snow level.
I guess not. Maybe that's during the other levels, the ascent levels.
Oh, maybe. I mean, that makes sense that this would be the last one.
Peek. Look at all the flowers. That's lovely.
It's lovely.
Snow level and Mesa trade places. Got it.
Oh, so there is no snow level anymore?
At least not right now.
Burning it from frostbite. Well, that's what I thought that the spicy peppers were for. Everyone was like, these are for the snow level.
Hmm.
Hello? Here they come.
Can you
Gigi
take my
did
ghost
it!
friends? Can you bring my ghost friends?
Gigi did it!
Yay! We all did it. 7, 6, 5, 4.
Have a friend escape the island without you.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh, I got a badge for escaping without ever dying. Oh no.
Well, look how sad you are. Oh.
Sweet victory.
There's Gigi carrying us all. Good
Don't worry, I got
job.
you.
Nice job.
I did it.
New hat.
New hat. Oh, I got the witch hat.
I got like a little crab hat.
Happy
Your
camper
friends
pet. Oh,
left you to die. That's what it says. Your friends left you to die.
You fell into lava. What was I supposed to?
Yeah, you get merit badges. Yeah. Because you're a little
Wow.
scout. You're a little Girl Scout. We did it!
Did it.
Press any button to continue.
I couldn't have done it without you.
Good job, team.
Yay!
Good job, team.
I think it's end time to end.
Yeah. You like my new outfit?
So cute! Oh my god, I
Thanks.
love it. I want to wear it.
Oh wait, Andy has it too. Andy, put it back on. Yay!
Hey, dance.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, best friends.
Yeah, besties, let's
Yep.
go!
Yay! Give me a good dance. So cute. Why am I like squatting?
Are you crouching? Oh no,
I'm
that's
taking a-
crouching.
Why
Taking
am
a
I
dump.
squatting? You guys are standing normally, and I'm just like, man.
I like how we're the
Oh, I
bisexual
think I
flag
do.
colors.
We are.
I like how we're the bisexual flag colors.
I'm a little light blue, but am I pooping? Probably. Pink has played. Whoa.
Oh wait, there's some in the
Pink
back too.
Has more merit badges.
Wait, there's some in the back too, though. I can't see my
You have
back.
so many badges.
I can't see my back.
So many.
So many.
Up here, you can look at my string. Look.
Oh wow, I do have a lot on the back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
There's
you're
so
my
many.
miss. I miss my bugle.
Can I see my things?
You
Are they
should
in your
be able
passport?
to. Oh no, they're in your escape menu. Accolades.
Accolades. Oh wow, look at my badges.
There's so many badges.
Escape the island in under an hour? Fuck you.
No.
I like your power pose, Pink.
Thanks. Restore 200 total poison by using items. That's crazy. Eat 5
Next
different
challenge is
berries
getting
in a single
on-
expedition.
We could have gotten Bing Bong up to peak if I had gone down to loot Andy's body in the
Yeah,
mesa.
that one was rough. Look a little too closely at the blazing sun. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, is that like burn alive in the mesa or something?
Or just like stare at the sun.
Yeah.
That'd be
Have a
that-
lot of cactuses stuck to you. Did you get that one, Gigi?
What are you talking about?
Did you get that one, Gigi?
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Remember that time you fucked a cactus?
Climb
Okay,
past the mesa
listen.
without ever having more than 10% heat. I feel like I did that one. I feel like I didn't get a lot of in that one.
Reach the top of a really big tree. I tried to climb the tree. Shoot across the mesa cannon. Oh, that would have been a cool.
Yeah, climb past the alpine. See, it's gone. Well, it's still a merit badge. So it's there. You just have to do different difficulty. Is that what it is? Or do they rotate?
Maybe they rotate. I bet it rotates.
Oh, that's a
Drink
bummer.
cactus juice and That's like squatchier. It's the quetchiest.
It's the quetchiest.
Escape the island without eating any packaged food.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's like coconuts and apples only. Like
Yeah.
you can eat the marshmallows, but you
Escape-
can't eat any like
Escape without
granola
taking fall
or
damage.
Hilarious.
Escape without placing anything on the mountain. That's crazy. Some of these look hard. Escape the island after cooking and eating a coconut half, a honeycomb, a yellow winterberry, and an egg. I got the yellow winterberry from the capybaras.
And you got the egg.
I did get the egg. Oh, and I also got a chicken from one of them too. All right, are we wrapping it up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I need to as well. Well, thanks for playing, friends.
Yeah,
that was
a lot
fun.
Yeah, it was super duper fun.
Super duper.
Super duper.
Duper.
Super
Should do-
duper.
Do it again sometime.
Yeah, we definitely should. I want to do the Alpine at some point.
No Pink and Gigi next week or the week after, unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately.
She is going on vacation.
Vacation, where are you going? If you would like to
I
share.
would not like to share.
Oh,
I will
okay.
share after we get back.
Oh, okay. Well, you can let me
She's
know.
probably
Yeah.
gonna go see a geyser or something like
A
that.
giant geyser.
Who knows? It's a mystery.
A mystery. Well, I hope you enjoy your
I
vacay.
don't like to tell the internet where I'm going before I go to
Oh,
there.
that's totally fair. I didn't know if you had already shared. That's why I asked.
No, I had not. Yeah, but
That's
I'll tell
cool.
you where
Yeah,
I'm going.
yeah. Well, thanks for playing, ladies. I hope you have a fantastic evening.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
Yeah, and I'll see you when you get back. Everyone tell
Yeah,
Gigi have fun, and then we're gonna miss her.
I will miss you guys too.
I will miss
the 6th
you.
will be the first Saturday that I am back.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, you'll just
We'll
have to
do
remind me.
I don't know what the thing will be, but it'll be a thing.
Yeah, you'll just have to remind me when you're back. I'm sure I'll remember, but
Don't worry, I'll
don't
remind
worry.
when I am back.
I can't wait. Permanent vacay. Whoa. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye, guys.